Egg, egg. Egg.
Congratulations, sir, what's your name? You're all that glitters like a moth into the flame. Designer clothes, imported cars, and just enough cologne to cover your cigars. Your power station is quite secure, haunting the hallways and hiding in the doors. Your innovations don't ever last. Your occupation's got you going nowhere fast. If you really wanna have it all, you're never gonna have enough. Baby, you'll be burning up. Oh yeah. If you really wanna rule the world, you're gonna have to burn it down. Baby, you'll be burning out. Oh yeah.
Egg. Egg. Egg.
Year after year, locked in the game. Update the menu, but the venue's all the same. The power players already know you hit the ceiling such a long, long time ago. You take it
Egg.
out on little things. Swipe at the insects underneath you when it stings. Dreaming of conquest, dreaming of pride. Throw down the whip, my friend, you're cracking up inside. If you really wanna have it all, you're never gonna have enough. Baby, you'll be burning up. Oh yeah. If you really wanna rule the world, you're gonna have to burn it down. Baby, you'll be burning out. Oh yeah.
Boah, 20 muntjes. Tot zoals men just wat en that's amazing.
You're never gonna have enough. Baby, you'll be burning up. Oh yeah. If you really wanna rule the world, you're gonna have to burn it down.
Egg.
Baby, you'll be burning out. Oh yeah. Stand back, I'm a criminal mind. I keep running and I feel just fine. Don't stop when they're reading my rights. You won't see me when you turn on the lights. I'm always moving 'cause the city's so restless. I keep my eyes open when I'm asleep. I only take what can fit in my pockets. I drop it all if I feel the heat. Ooh, it's a slippery road where the people are liquid and ice. small footprint. I never call from a telephone twice. I keep a stash in every city I've been in. I'll take a trip if the weather is nice. Ooh, it's the sweat from your hands on the dial when you're cracking the safe. Ooh, it's the part of the plan where you walk and you don't leave a trace. Stand back, I'm a criminal mind. I keep running and I feel just fine. Don't stop when they're reading my rights. You won't see me when you turn on the light. I'm a criminal mind. I'm stepping over the line. Watch out. Stand back, I'm a criminal mind. I keep running and I feel just fine. Don't stop when they're reading my rights. You won't see me when you turn on the lights. Every single day I feel it happening. The moving of the rocks, the tremors and the shocks. Heaven only knows which way it's coming from. But tomorrow's gonna come real soon. People all along the street stumble over on their feet, always falling down and down and down. Pilots in the windy sky, don't you ever wonder why we keep going round and round and round? Every single word you say, it takes me there. I've seen it on the news, I feel it in my shoes. I won't sleep it all until the work is done. For tomorrow's gonna come real soon. And when it comes, I will be there with my open arms. And when I feel it, I will know it can't do me harm. And when the world I know is gone, I'll be moving on. When we change, every single television's always on. People in the lines, all listening for signs. High up on the hills I hear the beating drums. For tomorrow's gonna come real soon. And when it comes, I will be there with my open arms. And when I feel it, I will know it can't do me harm. And when the world I know is gone, I'll be moving on. When we change, every single day I feel it happening. And if you don't believe, just look around and see. Heaven only knows which way it's coming from. But tomorrow's gonna come real soon.
Oh, well.
Hi everyone. everyone. Good evening. It's a big day. It's a big day for our little streams because things are going to get emotional, probably. Hi. I didn't realize you were being all trickle. No, that's okay. I was kind of waiting for it. You're good. Don't worry. My eyes. I have a bit of mascara on still, so my face tracking isn't as good as it would usually be. But hello. Time to experience whatever events happen Studios kids. Yeah. I'm worried. Oh, Jody. Hello. Oh, also very much Fuzzball Dave. What was it? Fuzzball Dave, thank you very much for the compliment. Hey. Hi everyone! Hello, hello. Hi Jody and all your viewers. Thanks so much for the raid. I hope you had I hope you had a good stream. Ooh.
Yes.
And Crimson Pleasure, thank you very much for the subscription. I hope your long drive was good. I hope you saw some stuff along the road. I'll be sang many fun road songs and such, you know. For those of you who don't know me, hello. My name is currently Gauntlet Queen, usually Gauntlet Queen, but not always, but always Zoe. And I am an artist who makes my own models and assets and stuff, and a variety streamer. And today we are going to be finishing Kingdom Hearts Days, which story-wise so far is my favorite Kingdom Hearts game. We're playing through all of them in order of release, and I love the characters so much. And I'm so worried because they are going through it, and given that this is a prequel to Kingdom Hearts 2, I kind of know it's not going to end super well, so I am worried, you know? I supposed to hear Garlic Queen? No! I am a friend to vampires, I would not be Garlic Queen, no. Although Garlic Queen is like really good though. I mean Garlic is fucking good, you know? I'll get to those redeems soon, of course. Gartic Queen. Every frame I'm drawn by a different artist. I can never be a vampire. Garlic too tasty, right? I feel like I would be like. There are many benefits to being a vampire, but no longer getting to eat garlic. That's sad. Is this a PS4 movie or the game? It's the game. I am experiencing all of these. I'm trying to play as many of the games as possible. I did play the remake of Chain of Memories. I didn't play the original, which in hindsight maybe I regret because I didn't enjoy it very much, but so be it. Any Disney hats or maybe an Organization 13 hood for Derek. I don't think I have such things at hand, I must say. If you can get me an appropriate hat and you can put it in the Discord, then I can use that once it's time to do the hats. My mom is a... Whoa! Renamal, okay. A phlebotomist, so I guess that makes me a dampier. Ow! And I don't like what that means for my ability to enjoy garlic bread. I mean... Can you enjoy garlic bread? Because if you can, then I guess you're fine, right? Anyway, I'm gonna switch my model now. I'm gonna do that first. Wow, fish! Also, my hair keeps kind of getting in the way of my eyes. I think that's making me go wide-eyed for some reason. Don't cry! I am just a... fish, na na na, fish, na 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 na. I am just a fish, na na na. Anyway, hi, I'm not Coral Queen. Hello. So let's see. What's gang? I have bad news. I have sad news. I have annoying fucking news. Once upon a time, my downstairs neighbor started having leakage problems in their bathroom. Now that sucks. It's really bad. There's some really bad issues, and for ages, months now, maybe all year long, if I'm gonna be honest, plumbers have come to my apartment to check my bathroom and my plumbing to see if it's because of me. Well, not because of me. Well, maybe, who knows, but they're not accusing me. They just want to see if there's something wrong with my plumbing, you know? And every time they're like, oh no, it's not you, I guess. Oh well, and then they just leave again, and nothing gets resolved. Like they then don't fix anything. They just a couple months later, someone else, like the downstairs neighbor, that calls them up again to get it actually fixed, and they come check on me again, and they don't find anything. It just keeps happening like this over and over and over and over and over and over again, until finally, they are now actually going to check it out good, and they've discovered it is something to do with my plumbing, but not in a way that it affects me at all, only that it trickles down. But they're still gonna have to do a fix at my part of it. And the problem here is that this building was built very shittily. At least when it was renovated, they did a bunch of dumb shit, and the people making it knew it was dumb. They knew it. They said it was dumb. I talked to one of them. They were like, yeah, we knew this had to be fixed, but the landlords just decided not to. They were like, we didn't have the money for that. So they just let it be broken. And now we have to pay for it, and they're gonna have to bust open my entire fucking wall to get it fixed, and I'm gonna be able to use water during that time and stuff, or use the bathroom at all. So that's fucking stupid. So yeah, that's something that's happening over at my apartment recently. So that'll be fun. That's the thing that happened today that I wanted to complain about. Very fucking annoying. When is it happening? Not during your recovery, I hope, because you're gonna need that bathroom. Oh yeah, I can't. If they want to do it while I'm recovering from bottom surgery, then they're just not gonna get to. Sorry. But probably not. Ideally it'll be like sooner, sometime next month probably. But we'll find out. It is the holidays a month after all, so I can imagine them being too busy or something, I don't know. But yeah, I'm gonna need that bathroom during my recovery. You guys don't get to do that. Anyway. So yeah, that's the thing that I haven't. I did some cleaning up. I got rid of some old books today. Rearranged the books that I have so that all my favorite Yuri manga and regular manga are on the same shelf, and not favorite stuff that goes on the shelf below it. Put some TTRPG books at the bottom because I don't have space on my desk anymore for them. Yeah, it's been a very productive day. I will say, I planned for this stream to go on much like a little longer because we probably need it in order to finish the game in one sitting now. But I've been very busy today, so don't be surprised if that's not going to happen if we don't get there, you know? We'll see. Ideally, everything will be fine, but no promise, you know? As for the game, it is Kingdom Hearts Days. If you've been following these streams, you know that I am very, very fond of the characters. And I've gathered them. Oh no, Axel died! Oh, that's not foreshadowing. I know it's not. He comes back in the next game. But I've got the characters gathered up here. They're all here with me, you know. And also another. Oh, Axel died! I hope that's. I gotta get out of here. This is Axel. I got Xion. Xion, don't die! Oh god, please Xion, don't die. I'm so worried. Anyway, I got them all here, you know. I got them all together, to keep me company and stuff. I made a head for Derek. Oh, good, to put it in Discord. I can put him. You're stupid. One of them has to sit up. I don't have a. I am so sad to say. I'm so sad to say that I don't have
just normal men.
I don't have enough left space for all four of them, sadly. So Xion gets this Xion gets to sit up here. Fucking look at Roxas, come on, buddy. Anyway, they're all here to give me emotional support and stuff during the game. So that'll be good. Yay! Also, can you kind of see it? Hold on. Where's You can kind of see it a little bit. Well, you can't really see it that well, but I'm using hair chalk now to dye my hair because my hair can't be dyed. It's too dark to be dyed, but it's too weak to get bleached so that I can dye it, which is fucking stupid. So I'm using hair chalk instead, and it's working pretty well so far. It isn't as permanent, of course, which is a shame, but it'll be fine. Hello, is stream going well so far? Yeah, pretty well. We're just setting up and stuff, just doing the introductory stuff, you know. Crying is your brain being emotional, and Rox's brain is prepared to handle zero emotion. He's already ready to cry. That's why he's like hiding. Oh, it's just like Flower for Mona. Yes. I've always wanted to dye my hair. That's why I like know that I can't with actual dye. And I'd kind of sadly given up on it. But then Scott Pilgrim Takes Off made me want to reevaluate my options, you know? And now I have this, which is, you know, it'll do, you know? It's I have to redo it more, but still. Rox's tears flowing down his cheeks. They said nobody's down with emotions. This is bullshit. I haven't found hair chalk, so I have to try gel. Oh well, I mean, I just ordered hair chalk. You could order it online, you know. Yeah, I think we're good to go. So let me do the eggs and such. First, I'll do that. I see what's in this. Fish. Yay! That's me. Hat for Derek. Nice. That's a fun hat. Is that a real life? That's totally a real life hat. What a cute hat. I would wear this. Does the hair chalk wash away, or is it permanent? It washes away. Depending on how many layers basically you do, like how strongly you apply it, and how and like quality of the chalk. It can last apparently up to like 6 showers. But I'm guessing the one I'm wearing now isn't gonna last more than 2. But we'll find out. I never noticed the sharp teeth on Coral Queen. Yeah, I got sharp teeth. See? I tried dyeing my hair before and didn't go well. I tried it before as well, and my hair just, it doesn't persist. Probably because my hair needs to be bleached first. Yeah, see, that's the problem I had too, but I have the added problem that my hair can't be bleached. So that sucks. Anyway, thank you very much, listener, for the hat for Derek. Very good. Biting you, biting you, biting you, biting you, biting you, biting you. Yeah. Okay, let's do eggs. So remember, if you have but 1 little point, you can already redeem it for an egg that we will put on screen and fill the game screen with, but less so this time because the DS screen, as you will be able to see, there we go, is a bit smaller, so it'll be easier to cover it all up, and we don't want to cover all of it up, you know? Make accidentally biting your cheek medical emergency. Don't worry, the inside of my cheek is stronger than the average you know, human, so I can bite myself a little bit. It's okay. Now, did you find out what was causing the blue screens? I didn't, but I also haven't been having them anymore, so I guess it's fine. Have I streamed at all since last stream that I had those? You accidentally bite your cheek, causing it to swell, causing you to bite it more. That's seriously how it is, and it sucks. It's so annoying. I hate that shit. Did I have blue screens while we were playing Sonic Superstars? No, that was like the Lego build. So yeah, it's been fine since then. I don't know, it was just a fluke, I guess. Anyway. Here we go. Wow, it's time for the eggs. And the first egg of the day comes to us from Etrimtoa. Then we've got Green Clunk, Vex Fidel, Rootsatera, Polar Stars, Takanuva Official, Fuzzball Dave, Lucina of Stardust. I miss Sonic Heroes. Sonic Heroes is still right with you. You don't have to miss it. Mike loves Rabbit. Viridescent Faye. I realize that I have to be doing this differently. Hold on. Oh, this goes here, and this one goes here. And this is kind of a weird pile that we're making here, but that's okay. It's fine. This one goes here, actually. I did it wrong. It's whatever. Where was I? Did I have Kira Cat yet? Kira Cat! Melzanoff! Esteemed Jester! Dark Nitrolin! Gonna put this one here. Ow! The Real Nephrones! Crimson Flasher! Wait! How did I get here? Red Revolution, that's cute. Dracula's husband, congrats! Congrats! Simbera! Akai 4! Gonna put this one here, I guess. Dynalope! She-Burger! Durangar! Cherry Blossom! Taringerine!
Egg.
Ashley Miami! And Bird Lover Jackson! Thank you all very much for all of these starting eggs. That's a lot. Wow. You need to get a better way to do this. There is something in the works. It's been a while since I've done any work on it, but there is something in the work for that. Yeah, the stacks are staying low today, yes. This file is messy today. Yeah, it's so... No, Xion, no. It's so that the game doesn't get blocked as much. Do you bots eat the eggs after stream? Yes! We make a big omelet with them at the end. We are in fact making the mother of all omelets. She doesn't know cartons yet. I feel like it's cute if you guys can just like see the plushes the entire time. Oh, careful. Should I? Hold on a second. I'm gonna try something. Oops. This one. Wait, is that what I want? Oh! Okay, hold on. Wait, I need to put this somewhere else. Die. Die. There we go. Sorry about the void chat. Sorry. It's over now. You're safe. It's okay. Handcam. Yippee! Okay, I'm putting this right over here. And then here. So wait, hold on. We can do better, hold on. Oops. There we go. That's good. Now you can always see them. Oh, Xion, no! Yay! Yay! No! No! Poor Xion. Other Xion, no. Other Xion is fine though. Yeah, I also fucking hope this isn't foreshadowing. I'd be so fucking sad. This is just gonna keep happening. I know, that's why I thought it'd be funny if the camera was here. Yay! So we'll have the critter cam down here. There, okay. Come on. Roxas. Roxas is so dejected. Roxas is just gonna be like that. Fucking Xion, please. Don't fall. Okay, we're gonna keep it like that. Alright. Now let's play the game! Although I also have to do a sippy. Wait, hold on. I'm gonna add text to it. Yippee! There we go. Fleshy cam. And then get my fond that I am so very fond of. Get it? Is it plushy or is it plushy cam? I feel like this is more natural. You guys can't see what I'm doing. It's white on white. Fashion your shirt into a makeshift kangaroo pouch. That's kind of cute. I don't think I'll do that. But it is a cute concept. Ow. Eee. It's blushy. Get outline. Ba ba dum bum bum bum. Oops. That's not what I wanted. Dun 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 dun. Go a lot smaller. Good. Let's make this like 15. There we go. There we go. Now it's perfect. Now I will even launch the video game. Isn't that a crazy concept, chat? Imagine that, actually playing Kingdom Hearts today. I'm full of ideas. Axel's really gotten into the red hair after getting some E and leaving Guilty Gear. I'm gonna go to the store. Want anything, Zoe? Strawberry milk. If you could get some strawberry milk, that would be wonderful. Now, is the game going to launch, or is my regular, real, legitimate DS going to? No, we're fine. Still need my Amy sticker. Oh shit! Can it be on the left side of the fleshy cam? Sure. Axel, don't fall. Left. Here. Also, I need to put all you guys in front of the eggs. Silly me. There we go. Yeah, okay. So, Mickey is up there. You can see him. We haven't seen Mickey all game. What is up with that? Is he gonna show up? Also, I have to stretch. Oh god, I really hope they don't fall. I'm just... Stay together. Buddy system. Hold each other's hands, kids. Ow. I'm literally the stretching stretcher, it's so true. Anyway, I'm assuming we're gonna kill Mickey Mouse. Is gonna be the final boss. Because I want it. Ow! Because I want him to be. Yo, yeah, you can throw yourself at me now. Can't wait for Kingdom Hearts 179 days. Well, that's what we're playing right now. We're beating it. So, for those of you who haven't been here for these games before, Kingdom Hearts is a game about the existential dread of having a job that hates you. That's what the game is about. Damn, there's no one here. Oh no, wait, because everybody else left on a mission together. I remember. Hey, you. You got any cool new shit I might want? It's sold out. Ow. It's sold out. Wait, hold on. It's... I still think the Moogle should have a nobody name. We gave him a name. We called him Gooksmell or something, I think. Moogle... We gave him a name anyway, but it's been a while. Sold out. This stuff isn't sold out, but I don't know if there's really any room for it. Let's see, is any of these really good? Probably not, because the one we have we like made. I assume that's gonna be like better, you know? Which of these did we make? This one? That's a while ago. Surely there's something else, something better here now. This one maybe? HP 40. Defense 16, vitality barrier, potion boost. It seems pretty good, but I don't really feel like it if we don't need to, so let's just go. Roxas' story is quite fucked up, yes. This is my fucked up and emotionless Moogle. Just another look into my nobody mind. Kingdom Hearts Days really is about how much working sucks. It's true. That's what it's about. Can the other nobody see the Moogle or just Roxas? Moogles only being visible to certain people happens in Final Fantasy sometimes. Huh. I guess I don't know. I mean... Nobody ever acknowledges the Moogle as far as I can remember. Maybe at the beginning they did, when they were tutorializing. I don't know if that was like an in-character conversation explaining the Moogle or just like a pop-up, you know? Oh well. It is kind of funny if the Moogle is not associated with Organization 13, because when Roxas gets a promotion, he does get to like have more wares from the Moogle. Like the Moogle does go like, as a reward for your new rank, I'm letting you buy more wares, which is very funny. If the Moogle is unaffiliated, he just decides that. That's very funny, actually. I like that. Anyway,
Today's mission requires that you go solo.
eliminate 6 giant heartless. That sounds hard. Multiple giant heartless have surfaced in Twilight Town. Eliminate at least 6 of them. At least. Also be on the also be on the lookout for dust flyers. They are easily in the strongest class of heartless. Prepare accordingly. That sounds scary. And also dangerous. I'm gonna go ahead and check my panels real quick. Up. Okay, looks like I did this last time. Oh, Maybe I can get another high jump thing from the Moogle. Let's go see. To fill that spot with. What day is it? It is day 353. So yeah, we are fucking close. We have 5 days to go. High jump. Nope, no high jump stuff. Oh well. Let's just go. Has these guys ever heard of Ansem? Well, Ansem's nobody is the leader here, so probably. At least I think that's him. Looks like him. Oh, it's Grandpa.
Talk about a blast from the past.
Whoa, Xion's fighting them?
Cut it out, Xion. Of all the faces, why don't I look at her and see yours?
Who's... Whoa, huh? What? Huh? Huh? Roxas, what's with the outfit? Huh?
You always have to stare at me like I just drowned your goldfish?
Shut up! Also, for those who don't know, this is my first time playing through the series, so no spoilers! No spoilers! Oh shit! Damn, Xion just killed Grandpa! Axel, I'm sorry. Ever seen... In case it's not clear, and I don't think it's a spoiler, that is not Roxas. That is a spoiler, don't tell me that! That is a spoiler! I don't know that! Seen the secret endings of 2? I think so. Of course it's a spoiler, they haven't told me anything about this new character yet. And let me say it's a spoiler even if you've seen the secret endings. Well, there you go.
Have you flipped your lid?
Please, let me go. I have to do this or else... Look. What the... What? I wanna know! Wait! Please, Axel. You have to take care of... You have to take care of Roxas. But how are you gonna... Please! Thank you. I can't believe Zigbar definitely did die here. That's crazy. Time for calm times and nothing is happening. Just me and the Heartless today. Well, better get it done. What a neat way to actually not show her taking a hood though. No, yeah, that's like one of the things during the earlier streams is that I really like how they keep like cutting away from her whenever she dons or doffs the robe. It's very good. That's the wrong button. I hope Final Fantasy XIV does a Kingdom Hearts collab so I can get those cool robes. That would be good. They are cool robes. I hope Real Life does a collab with it so I can get those robes in real life. What? Why? Okay, well, doorbell. I'll be back in a bit. Huh, okay, give me a second. Get the plushies back in position. Hello, hi, I'm back. I don't know, they were like, oh man, there's some shit with your fucking, with the gas prices and stuff, and we might be able to compensate you money. And I'm like, that sounds great, I'm busy, can you come back tomorrow? And they were like, yeah, all right. And I was like, okay, cool, but bye, you know. How do you play this game? Did you punch them in the face? I punched them in the face, yes. And then they exploded and died, and it was awesome. Also, yeah, my doorbell, I have 2 different doorbells because I live in an apartment building. I have one doorbell for if they are outside and they're calling me. And I have one for if they are just like, oh, shit. For when they're at my actual front door. And that was the actual front door button. So didn't you have the Organization 13 rubbed on your throne? I did. Yes, I used to have not just like literally those, but basically like a very nice winter coat that looks like the Organization 13 robes. It was official merch and stuff, but they're weren't quite as long. But yeah, it was basically the Organization 13 robes. But then I did try getting them, and the shoulders were too small. So I returned them again. At one point I just wanted a new winter coat, and I decided I would give myself a little treat, you know? But turned out I you know, they can you fuck off? The size wasn't right for me, so I couldn't enjoy them after all. That's the wrong item. Can you do it, please? Why aren't you? Okay, would not throw a fireball. Yeah, it was very disappointing. I was very fucking sad because I was super excited to have that code. But oh well. Should maybe look at like Throne or something. Or sorry, Etsy. Maybe like a fan has created a better one, you know, that would fit me. Or they have like a custom made that are like fit to your size or something. I can't believe they kicked me out of the organization for that just because their robes didn't fit me. Also, the person got to my front door because they're like with the they're like associated with the landlord people. Cause it's not one landlord. It's hello. It's like an organization. An organization? 13 perhaps? Yes, that's right. I'm going to parry you, asshole. Okay, that's nice. Ah, okay. Cool. Jesus Christ. Ow. Don't fucking reduce my level. I did fireball, but I think it did like nothing. Oh my god. This guy is kind of scary. Oh, Eyes did some damage. But I don't have enough eyes to kill all of these dudes. I have to kill at least 5 of them. Can you stop moving out of my range all the time? Jerk. Come on. Sometimes I can parry it, sometimes I can't. Okay, this is something.
Oh god.
Ow. Woo. Oh, this guy is really annoying. Ow. Okay, this works. I'm so happy you're not watching the cutscene compilation. Yeah, it seemed like it would not be that good, and also I want to get the true, authentic experience, you know? And after having played through it, I am happy I made that decision, because if all I got were like the most important cutscenes and none of the fights or like the small moments, I would not have become as endeared to these characters, you know? What about the phone games? I guess I will not be playing those because those aren't a thing anymore, right? Or at least one of them isn't? I'll play as much as I can, basically. Come on. When you counter that one, like when you block the sword regularly while standing still, you get like stunned for a little bit and you can't block the next one. That's kind of annoying. They're not playable, you can still watch the stories for them. That's what I'll do then. Like, I want to be able to get the story, you know? Recoded as a cutscene completion? Wasn't Recoded one of the phone games? I mean, DS games? Like, Coded was the first phone game, right? And then Recoded was the DS remake of it? Is what I thought. So I'll just be playing the DS version then. I don't know when you were supposed to watch Recoded. I'm not gonna watch it, I'm gonna play it, and I'm gonna do it after this one. We figured this out. Because what it was is that Coded started before Days, but Coded had episodic releases, whereas Days was just one complete release immediately. So Days finishes first, release-wise. And of course Recoded releases after Days as well, but even if we're just looking at the phone game. I think I would suggest Birth by Sleep before Recoded personally. Too bad. Well, I mean, maybe not, I guess, I don't know. This is like how I've been told to do it. This is how we figured it out together. Coded finishes after Birth by Sleep, but not. I'm not talking about story-wise, right? And I'm talking about like release, like. I'm also talking release. Oh, okay. Well, I guess we'll figure it out once this one's done, which ideally will be soon. Why am I trying so hard to get up here? There's nothing here. Cool. Let's go fight a big heartless in here, I assume. Or not. I recommend Recoded first. It's very gay. Now, while that's arguably very what's the word? Enticing, convincing. I have to stick to my principles here. Or I guess my principles would be gay. I have to stick to my predetermined rules here, which is that I have to do the order of release. Whatever makes most sense in that sense. Play both at the same time. It's the only way. Schiller. I don't have enough trouble with these games as is. I have heard that Recoded at least has better gameplay. Was Birth by Sleep also a DS game then? Play Kingdom Hearts games from least Yuri to most Yuri. I mean, is there a lot of Yuri in— Oh, it's this dude! I remember you. Ow. You are from Deep Jungle, which is big sucks. It's been so long since I've seen you. Although I might have seen you in this game before, it's been a while, to be fair. Oh, damn, I did it. Ow, I didn't do it. Kills you. Oh, you have a big fucking health bar, huh? So, I was expecting all of these to just be, whatchamacallit? Just the same big heartless, but... Ow. I do remember fighting you, I think. Yeah, you totally were in this game, weren't you? Ow. I hear you. Anyway, yeah, as I was saying, I was expecting this to just be the same big heartless over and over, but it looks like it's a boss rush instead. I like boss rushes when they're done well. Keep getting through the combo. Can you stop with that shit? Nice. Thank you. You should telegraph that better. Got it though. Okay, I think I'm getting it. Fuck. Ow. Kills you. Maybe I should save my limit breaks for later bosses though. Ow. Can't believe you'd be so mean to me. Wow! You shouldn't be able to attack me like that. I was behind you. Maybe, bitch. Oh, okay. No. Ow. Okay, it does it sooner now, so I can't actually block it again immediately after my combo. It seems. Okay, no, worked out fine that time. Not that time though. Yay! I think she's Marth from Smash Brothers with that grab. Yippee! Yippee!
Egg.
Now, egg. Did we already get 2? Because I only remember fighting 1. But if you look at our progress bar, I feel like we only need like 2 more to finish it. Maybe not though, I don't know. Queen Grimlock, thank you for your egg. I'll put it right over here. Thank you. Birth by Sleep is the only one that I can think of that has any amount of Yuri in it, to be honest. Yeah, I feel like, considering how Nomura seems averse to writing women, as far as I've seen, it'd be surprising if there was a lot of Yuri in Kingdom Hearts. There should be a lot of Yuri in everything, but it doesn't seem like a very Yuri-ful series, you know? I think you've beaten 3 so far. That's how many times I've heard the boss music. Oh wait, one of those was the big flower, I think. Right. I didn't even register that one as a boss. I just registered as a nuisance. Let me grab that. Thank you. How much damage do you take from this? None. No, wait. 1... I'm gonna say... 2 pixels. Oh, this boss design is always so fun. I think his hand's tainted. Oh, maybe, yeah. That's on me. I was getting greedy. Oh. Okay, can't hit you during that for some reason. Ah, right, because now you get all crazy. I kind of hate bosses that hit you just by walking around. Like here it is defined as an attack, but sometimes bosses just hit you because they're walking. Not because it's an attack, just because it's a thing that they do. And I kind of hate it. I kind of think it's so annoying. There are 2 women in this game and one of them already died off screen. That's true. However, that was laxative and I hate laxative, so it's okay. I'm fine with it as long as it's well telegraphed. I mean, it does make it less bad, yeah, like I said, but I don't know. There's just something about it that I always think is kind of annoying. The animation of it, like, reaching for its own head and searching for it's very cute. Do they share a health pool? I feel like they might right now. Maybe not though. Nope, they don't. Never mind. Oh, come on! I was hoping I could get the feet down at least. What? No! But I just killed that. This bitch really T-posed to reset his model, huh? Ow. I am running out of magic and I'm out of heals. At least I'm out of magic heals. I did bring some extra potions as well, so that's good at least. And I shouldn't really be taking much damage during this boss. if I'm just careful and strategic and take my time and such. Dang it. Okay, so how's your leg health doing? Oh, it's still really, really low. That's good. There we go. There's the legs gone. Ow. That's not how you parry that at all. Good hit, good hit. Okay. Now you're gonna do your fun T-pose to reset your model. Oh, but only a little bit. Because I completely killed the legs, I see. Not that the legs seem to matter during the full body phase. Ow. I'm not strategic and just biding my time and such. Not at all. Ow. I wouldn't say that you're out of magic heals, really, since you have ethers. Oh, do I? Oh yeah, I do. I'll use one. Should probably bring more of those next time. Buddy, your fight is dragging on. Gotta be honest. You could do with just a little bit less health, if I may be so honest. Okay, here we go. Come on. Come on! Okay, good. I was afraid I wasn't gonna make it again. Now you're just ahead. What are you gonna do, bud? Well, and the torso. Oh, nothing. I see. It's just sad now. That was just kind of sad at the end. It couldn't do anything anymore. It just fell over. I feel a little bit bad. Just a little bit. But not that bad. I feel like fighting you guys, actually. I've got health to preserve, don't you know? I think I've been here before. Yes. But we can go this other way. Wait, hold on a second. I've already been here. Where else can I go? Did we fight anything at the train station yet? Don't think so. I do think that there was an earlier part in the story where Roxas and Xion fought a dark side together there. I saw Sophie Baby had a very interesting theory. I'm pretty sure it was Sophie anyway. I have a stupid memory, but I think so. Very interesting theory that like the game says that worlds have hearts just as people do and can also be corrupted. And thus Sophie says that maybe dark sides, like the really big heartless, are the corrupted hearts of worlds. And that's a super cool, fun theory. Oh yes, a good fight. A fight that is fun and good to parry. Thank God. Come on. Oh, I did wrong. But that was on me. That was a risk. Parry the platypus? Oh, you take significant damage, huh? There we go. Don't do that one. If I remember correctly, that one is not good and dodgeable and parryable and such. That one was on me also. Okay. Guess this guy is kind of like a dragoon, huh? Nice. Come on, dude. Blue? Okay. Ah, get fucked. Oh. Ow, fuck. Nice. Nice! A good fight. A good, fun, clean fight that's like fun to do. Where like, you know, you're actually it's well telegraphed. They're fun to parry. You're rewarded for parrying sometimes where like fall over and you get a free hit in. It's good. I like these fights. Thumbs up. Yay. Kind of rarity in this game. Yeah. Kind of. I don't hate the combat in this game. I feel like they did a pretty good job of translating the Kingdom Hearts combat to the DS. It's just you have fights like that are really fun and rewarding and feel like nicely paced and stuff. So then I wonder, like, why'd you fuck up some of them, you know? Or not why'd you fuck up some of them, but why did you get some of them right? Why are some of these fights better than others? Is my question then, you know? I don't remember the fight being fun as a magic user. Well, I mean, you could parry, couldn't you? I would assume. But yes, I suppose that fight is very much built for a melee-focused build. I hope my button presses aren't annoying, by the way. I can put the controller under my desk, but then the plushies will be less safe, I think. Might actually be more safe if I think about it. Oh yeah, I can hold them safe for now, I think. The buttons are still kind of being picked up, but less. Now where do I go for the last guy that we have to kill? And even after that, there's apparently one more guy. Didn't even get to hug the plushies more. Yeah! Go in. Thank you. Well, now we're just here again. Have I been down here yet? I haven't. Mimic? It's a mimic! Oh fuck! It's a stupid asshole! Also, okay, you don't have that much health though. Huh. You're just supposed to be annoying that you like mirror my controls. That's okay. I can adjust quickly to such changes. Come on. No, come back. Huh? Did I just reflect that? And kill them with it? By rolling through it? Cool? Good? Wait. But why is the boss music so going? Hello? I think that that symbol guy was unrelated. I don't think that was the boss, everyone. I thought it was weird that the icon on the bottom screen didn't match what we were fighting. That's very funny. Yeah, the Giga Shadow's just here. That's funny. Uh-oh. Ow. Ooh, that's good damage. That is very good damage. You look like a funny little ant, ow. Pop. Hooray! And now we're done. But I am a little bit curious to see what the other boss is. Although I have no idea where the boss would be found. I can imagine maybe, now that I've defeated all of these, the 7th or 6th, 7th boss is, located somewhere. Oops. Bye. But yeah, the boss, the Giga Shadow was really just like waiting in the like in the corridor in the shadows, if you will. Like, damn, I hope, I hope the Mimic just takes care of her so I don't have to do it. Also, Green Cloak, enjoy your food. And Jody, welcome back. Ow. I'm back from the store. Has every character you know and loved died yet? No, one character I know but don't love, Grandpa, did die. Except he didn't die, he's just knocked out. But, you know, Xion has ran away, and I am worried and such, you know. But what else is new? That's just kind of what Xion tends to do, isn't it? Also, welcome back. Yeah, I hope you got all the stuff you needed from the grocery store. All stocked up on rations. I'm yawning so much. Oh my god, I was right! Oh no. Oh shit. Maybe I shouldn't have gone here. This is bad. What day are we on? It's still 353. Oh god, we have to fight a Rathalos. Oh shit, this is bad. Can I leave? I would like to leave, please. Oh my god, no. Oh, thank god I can leave. Oh my fucking god. I don't know if I want to try fighting that, because if I lose, I have to start all over. And I don't think I want to do that, especially not if I'm intending to finish the game today. I'd prefer not to have to do that entire mission again. Kinda cool though. But no, that's insane, I'm not doing that. Kudos to anyone that managed to beat that thing after the entire thing, after all those fights, but given how pretty clunky the combat is in this game, I'm not gonna do that, you know? You needed to name the Heartless better. Dustifier did not tell me that it was a giant fucking dragon Heartless. I know, I was not expecting it at all. Can always do it on a replay automation at a later date. That's true. Here, you can just walk away, it's fine. I wonder if Xion and the others are back yet. I'm so eepy.
Explain yourself, Axel.
I didn't let her go. The old man needs to get his eyes checked. Anyway, she wasn't taking no for an answer.
I'll give him that. Can't toss the blame around when I couldn't stop her either.
Wow. How surprisingly nice of you, Gramps. This is our new creature, Harmless Dan. He is the most dangerous thing to ever exist. Can I pet him? Once. And then you can never do anything ever again.
And now we're left at the one we can't use.
Rude! That is my son. Asshole. What was that all about? Where's Xion?
She flew the coop. Flamesealix here couldn't try.
Flamesealix? I assume Flamesealix. Like his hair are flamesy? Maybe Silix is a word that I just don't know. Oh hey, it's checks notes. Axel, cigar, and sex. Nice.
She flew the coop. Flamesealix here couldn't trouble himself to clip her wings.
Axel, he's kidding, right?
As if your friend sat there sucking his thumb while Xion walked right off. I'm going back to my room. I have to watch racist television. Because that's what old people do, I think.
New creature discovered. We've named it Fluffy. It's an 8th dimensional eldritch god that will drive you insane if you look at it. That's a good name for it. What happened out there? Look. Nothing. Xion's gone. How's that nothing? It's just like Zigbar said. I couldn't stop her from going. Don't give me that. Why not? Roxas. Xion is like a mirror that reflects you. What? What? The organization made her to duplicate your powers. She's a puppet. Huh? Have you gone nuts? Xion's a person, not a puppet. She's smoke and mirrors, Roxas. Yeah, she's real to us. You're real to me. Mm. But yeah, we knew this already. But I don't think Roxas knew.
Car battery!
Oh, ow! She's smoke and mirrors, Roxas. And when I looked in a mirror, it wasn't you I saw. I don't know what you're talking about, but Xion is Xion. You can't expect it to be me. Sark better. That's not what I mean, Roxas. It was only a matter of time before somebody had to break the mirror. You mean destroy her? Answer me! No one ever tells Roxas anything. It's organization policy. It fucking feels like it, yes. They never tell my boy nothing, dude. Roxas, if somebody doesn't, you won't be you anymore. I'll always be me, your best friend, just like Xion. God, he's going through it. Roxas, you're not seeing the bigger picture. Any of it. Forget this. Roxas. Why can't you understand? This is also sucks for Axel though. Like he has to make a choice basically between the two, you know? It's for real so fucked up how Roxas literally doesn't know anything about anything. He never gets told anything. It's ridiculous. Also, he's slipping. Come on, bud. We can't tell Roxas anything or he might start thinking for himself. Yeah, it's Riku, yeah. Remember when earlier in the game Xion's hood would switch from on and off each camera angle based on who was talking? I think that was neat. It was! Very much. Thought it was very cool. Riku! Did you find the right answer? Yeah, I did. I'm on the verge of losing everything I ever cared about. I can't let that happen. Tell me what I need to do. Go to Twilight Town. You'll find a girl there by the name of Name Name. Name Name? What's she like? Yeah, Riku's boyfriend isn't in this one, I don't think. He's currently in an ag. The 6-year-old really going through it. I know! It's so mean. They don't deserve that. They're my little dudes. They don't deserve this shit. Isn't Roxas Riku's boyfriend's cousin? Sure. That's one way of putting it. You'll find out. I don't think you'll have much trouble tracking her down. Alright. Thanks, Riku. Goodbye. I leveled up. Yeah, slot release. And some stuff that is there. Cool. Oh, one day closer. Here we are at the chairs. Poor little Rox is in his poor little chair. Hey, Chairman, fuck you.
Xion has vanished again.
Zolden, I don't know what voice I gave you. Shadow? Did I make you Shadow? I think I made you Shadow. And Gambler Man was a surfer dude. They teleport. They teleport onto the chairs, of course.
Do we know where she is? It, not she. Xion is just a replica. A puppet.
Server dude. Puppet? Someone made her? Yeah, transphobic indeed, it's true.
Puppets generally don't make themselves.
That replica program was one of our little pet projects.
I forgot Demix was still around. I'm gonna be honest. It makes sense. I think he's the first of the Organization 13 you fight in Kingdom Hearts 2. But he's been so irrelevant for so long now, I completely forgot. Replica, what's it?
Perhaps you'd care to enlighten us about this pet project. The goal was to duplicate the Keyblade wielder's memories, and through them his powers, thus making them our own. Vexen oversaw the project at Castle Oblivion until he died.
Fun fact, the chairs here don't actually have set heights. The members just lift them to whatever height they feel like, so long as they all stay lower to Zemna's. Really? That's fun. That's cute.
However, our efforts were severely derailed by his unexpected death when he died.
I do like to imagine they all just like push a little button on the side of their chair and then like Then press it again. Grrrr. Like it's like it's increments, you know? So they just keep having to press it again and again. That's funny. This shit is so funny to me. It's like if Titus from Final Fantasy X was a member of the Illuminati. They are kind of like the Illuminati in a way. That's fun. That's fun.
And this particular replica, the one we called Xion, came to form an identity of her own.
Oh, so it was an accident, kind of.
That caught us off guard. If anything like that happened before, no one at CO ever reported it. Did they, Axel? Axel, I feel like you're not all here. I feel like you're not putting your entire pussy into this meeting. I feel your dedication to the organization has gone down. It saddens me, Axel. Do you need therapy?
And he's like, no. I just need to kill everyone in this room except for Roxas and then go home. Extremely incorrect buzzer plays if someone tries to make their chair taller than Zemnis. Oh! Ow! Whee! It's true also, Axel never puts his entire pussy into anything, except for saying, got it memorized. Oh, egg. Vector Zect, thank you very much for your egg.
Everyone, if you don't behave, I will make my chair normal height and no one gets funny chair privileges.
I like that their chairs are all pumpable. They have to slowly pump them up 1 inch at a time. It sucks, it's really good. And air slowly escapes as they're on it, so they're like all very slowly lowering as meetings go on.
Fortunately, the puppet has no means of dashing our plans now, even if she has learned to pull her own strings. Still, she knows our secrets. We need to shorten her leash, and perhaps tighten it.
You don't mean...
Axel?
What?
Seeing as how she escaped on your watch, the onus is on you to capture her and return her here. I am willing to overlook any nicks or scratches. Just ensure she still functions on arrival.
Hey, now you are using her proper pronouns. Wow. It's like it's more natural to use someone's preferred pronouns once you know them than to just be a bitch about it and like force yourself to use the wrong ones. How interesting. He's like doing it by accident, I imagine.
Why you would allow a deserter back under our roof? She should be eradicated.
It's almost like it takes extra energy to be a bigot. What a crazy thought.
Deserter is hardly the term for a broken specimen who wandered out from under the microscope. Axel, you have your orders. Dismissed. Goodbye.
Bring her back. It's sheer madness.
Bye.
All this time I've been so irrelevant. Intense. Oh, bye, also.
So now we just sweep it all up? As if. Bye-bye.
Dismissed, and then they wait 3 hours for their chairs to reach the ground. Sadly, no, they skip the waiting and just teleport. If only the whispers at the top of the ladder carried to the bottom rung. Maybe if our chairs weren't so tall. Bye. Smell you later, dudes.
Axel? Those orders were
I fucking love how he's sitting there. He's being so gay about it. I sit like that, dude. So good.
Those orders were absolute.
He's being kind of fruity about it, huh? Yeah, Chimney's an asshole, but you know, queer people can be assholes. Don't think that just because someone's queer, they are, you know, they are free of being a piece of shit. You know? Yeah. Sucks. I can't fucking hear you. Your chair is too high.
Still here, Roxas? Proceed with your mission.
No. Xion is one of us.
A puppet? One of us? Don't be absurd. Count the seats. When have we ever had... Hold on. Yes, I was doing it right. When have we ever been more than 13? Bye!
That's kind of funny, actually, that he just like drops his weird fancy speech act when he says bye. You haven't even tried to replace your members since Chain of Memories. I mean, I guess it's been like half a year at this point. New members can't figure out how the chairs rise in the whole meeting. They're like, what? I can't hear you from down here. That'd be me if I joined the organization. Axel! I don't think Xion's safe here anymore. You're not really gonna do what Zemna says? I have to. Or else I'm not safe here either. Well, could you at least try not to hurt her this time? That's up to her. Roxas. Xion is dangerous. Dangerous how? Have you got all your strength back? Not yet. How long have you known about her? Come on, Roxas. Roxas just doesn't want... I think Roxas is just camera shy. You knew all this time and kept it from me? Fucked up, dude. A new entry in the diary, yay! Let's go back to normal things. Instead of all the emotional turmoil. This one, this one. There we go. And now we're suddenly level 50. Were there only 12 chairs? I'm sure you guys are mistaken somehow. Maybe there was a chair that was too low to be in view or something. Hello, ID Aardvark, welcome. Let's see. I did use an item at one point. There we go. I used this item. But I should probably... Oh. I thought that this was a slot for a level 4 thingy, but it was not. So put it here instead and be level 51, which is better. Don't you know? We'll bring some elixirs with us. And that's it for now. Is that your plushies of characters from this game? Yeah! Here they are! They're so dear to me, I love them. Yay! Yay. They're here for emotional support during this trying time. But Roxas is camera shy. Let's read the diary entry. Broken trust. Axel let Xion leave the organization. Like he wanted her to go. She's a puppet? A mirror that reflects me? He's talking nonsense. I can't trust him anymore. No, we all have to be fucking besties. Or I'm gonna cry. The organization is basically a bunch of middle-aged people, a young adult in Axel, and children with Xion and Roxas. It's fucked up, dude. This place should not exist. Apparently the title is read 358 over 2 days. I know that that's how you're supposed to read it, but I don't. I read it as 358 divided by 2 days because that's what it looks like to me. Because I learned that like the slash means divided by.
What's up, server dude? It's tough being at the bottom of the food chain. But what's chess without pawns? Take this, Roxas. I hope it helps you play your role, dude.
Wow, thanks. Child labor laws don't apply to nobodies. It's a huge loophole that needs to close. Yeah, dude. Like, these are just the nobodies that we see. There are others, I guess. Oh my god, it is Roxas. Look at his face. This weekend feels like it's taken 358 days. Who's all then? Shadow, I think.
Damn, not here. Roxas, I wish to know what one might synthesize by combining adamantine and a combo tech plus. I'll supply the adamantine. You find the combo tech plus on your own. Fetch the results here when you're done.
Okay, bye. Then why am I so fucking eepy, baby? Makes me worried. We might not be able to beat it today. Because I'm just too sleepy. What did this bitch want? Some kind of gear. Don't think it was any of these though. Oh well. Doesn't really matter. Oh wait, this is for making stuff. Hold on. How do I choose what I want to make with my synthesizing stuff? Like, how do I pick the ingredients instead of the... instead of the result? Was a combo tech, okay. Oh, well, here we go, this is it. I found it, everyone, I'm so good at this, yay! Also, Fred Fox, thank you very much for your... Did I just... Nope, okay, whoops. For your egg, thank you. Oh, I'm only allowed one. Well, I already have it, I guess, so... Sippy. I take a sip. Actually, I eat a grape. I'll do the stretchy as well. Grapes also hydrate you, so that's good. Let's see if these are good grapes. A little more bitter than I would like, but the crunch is good. The pop. Pretty good. Ow. Okay. There we go. Oh. Come on. There we go. Oh, cursor. Hey, I totally know what that is.
You've finished. This is your reward. Take it.
Thanks, okay. Hello. Wait, actually, we have a special thing for me to do. Place the device. That sounds bad. That sounds scary as well as worrisome. I don't know about you guys, but I'm scared. I'm worried about it. I'm gonna blow this place the fuck up. Smithereens is basically the most classic thing to be blown into, I feel. That's not my joke, I took it from Thunder Post. Just so we're clear. Let's see, I have this. I wonder if one of these other ones would be like cooler and better. I can make this. It does use pluses. Like if I'm looking at these two, I feel like this is like a rank higher, doesn't it? Like the Ultimate Gear Plus definitely seems like a better version of the Champion Gear, right? You said the same thing during my stream, nice. Love how we're a few days from the end of the game and the other members are like, oh hey Roxas, can you do this synthesis side quest for me? Thanks, buddy. Yeah, they like are not as concerned with everything as we are. We are now on 354. What about the Pandora's gear though? Because that one sounds really, really cool and good, but also potentially very dangerous. And I can only make one or the other. So I think I'm gonna have to get some help from y'all to let me know which is the better option. The Ultimate Gear Plus is also much more expensive than the Pandora's gear. I feel like if the name is anything to go by, then Pandora's gear is like, no poll. I don't want to poll. I don't want to make a decision based on polls. I want one based on actual statistics, please. But like Pandora's gear sounds like it's gonna be very strong, but have some sort of downside, you know? I'd recommend Ultimate, okay. Can I get like a jumpy thing here? No, I just can't, okay. Launch descent past foes by gliding right after you begin yours. Alright, gliding! I keep forgetting that that's a thing you can do. I might not even have it equipped anymore, to be honest. Link to a high jump panel. Because I think Pandora has kind of both strength and magic. Well, I use both. I do use magic, not as much, but I use it. I use it for healing and stuff as well, so it wouldn't be bad to have some of that. Like, I feel like having a good all-around weapon would be quite good, actually. You do things other than bonking enemies with the stick? Whack. Whack is the sound of when you bonk them with your stick. You can always reload to save if you don't like the ability of one of the gears gives you. I guess. I think Pandora's Gear Plus might be the call. Yeah, you looked it up and you think it's good? You're not like tricking me by, like, you know, like making me pick a nefarious type of weapon, are you? Better not be. But I am also quite curious to see it. And I guess we can reload. It's just don't like reloading. It's also the same. If you look like at the link thing, you know, it's the same size and shape as the champion gear, so that's good. I'm just gonna do it. How about a level 1 no gear run? You know, I wanna leave some stuff to play for others, you know, so you can just do that yourself. It's okay. It's really the second best weapon in the game. Damn. I'll do it. Okay, panels, and then let's see, where is the weapon? Here it is. Okay, these things. Get this. And then these ability units that I don't really know what they do. I think maybe that unlocks a combo. Not sure. Increase mana, increase defense, I think. Is what we want to go with for better survival. Although maybe we should. Whoa! Wait, hold on. Very cool! Look at that! Very, very cool and good looking Keyblade. I like it. Ability unlocks special abilities based on which unit you're using. No, I get that. Or which gear. Yeah, I get that, but like, what are they? You know? Can I see? Also, are there... Okay, wait, in the store then? Yeah, here they are, these things. Oh, if that's all I can get, then nah, we're good. Okay, check the many abilities list. Let me see. Boom. Is it these things? Is it some of these? Oh, it is called the Omega weapon. Very cool. I think we're gonna win with this forever. Hey, the mix. I never would have guessed about Xion. That's some puppet. Shut up. You are the storm that is approaching, provoking black clouds in isolation. Rocks the clamor of his name. Na na na, ba da ba ba ba. The song is so good. I should play DMC5 just for the music. Install the device we provided you with in the lamp chamber of the Cave of Wonders. Also be on the lookout for land armors. Dispatch them with air magic, which I don't have. So I'm not gonna be doing that. Sorry. I am the storm that is approaching, provoking black clouds in isolation. It's so good. That song is so fucking good. It's insane how good it is. And I don't even care about DMC. I tried playing the first one, it was clunky, and then I stopped. I didn't give it like a full try, I suppose, but I just kind of went like, oh, whatever. Ooh, look at these cool new animations. I'd say the same with playing the whole series, because this is me and my favorite series, so maybe biased. Perhaps a bit. I am not... part of me certainly thinks like, hey, what if I played through the entire Devil May Cry series at some point? But then most of me says, no. We already have so much that we want to play, we're not doing that shit, no. I do notice that I no longer have like the combo button, which is a bit of a shame. Oh, wait, I do, in the air. Sometimes. If I can actually get the buttons off the attacks. Ooh, I blocked that. Get fucked. Like, so many of these attacks are just so poorly telegraphed. They're basically just not telegraphed, you know? And I just feel like the game could be so much better if, okay? If they actually telegraph their attacks to allow you to, you know, block better? Know when you're supposed to block? But no, they don't for some reason. How do you... So how do you... There we go, that's how you glide. It's the thing you never ever have to do. Except in Neverland, and it's the worst part of the game. Did you get healed? I'm leaving. I don't have to deal with you. I glide out of here. I glide out of here. There we go. I just checked. Thank you. And with the ability units you put into Pandora's Gear Plus, you get Vitality Surge and Vitality Barrier, which are increased damage and defense respectively when your HP is full. When it's full? That's not fucking useful. Okay, we're taking those out and replacing them with another health up and a magic up, I think, for better healing. DMC is definitely up there for my favorite series. It's how I met my best friend. Aw, that's nice. So many games, so little streams. Yep, that's exactly it. That's why soonish, ideally, I'll have like a stream where 4 games compete to be the next stream game. That's gonna be fun. I've talked about that before, I'm pretty sure. Now I can't help but notice that this is here. Which for? Who knows? You'll find out. I'm not gonna say what games they are until... Okay, we're stuck here now. Maybe it has to do with this thing? I'm not gonna say what games they are until the day of, because that's more exciting, and also it will prevent you guys from forming as big a bias by checking the games out ahead of time, you know? But rest assured, they are fun games, I think. I guess I haven't... Hello? I guess I haven't played all of them yet, myself, but that's the point. But they're all games that I want to check out. Zoe, just know that the regular Pandora's Gear is worse, since the first ability unit makes you lose health anytime you miss an attack. Why would you want that? What's the benefit? What do you get as a benefit? I mean, I guess that's why it's Pandora's box is like there's a negative. And I guess it's gone for the plus version, I guess. So we can't launch an election campaign for them? No, sorry. You'll just get to see me play a bit of all 4 of them. And then you have to vote. This is the place. That's a fucking device, baby. Wonder what this thing even does. Ah, it calls Heartless, probably. Heartless! They must be after the device! I have to kill them. It's the only way. I have to commit murder and sins and such. Ow! Damn it. Wait, whoa. Just get that. Block, bitch. Temper tantrum, yes. Or not. Hey, health, you sure are looking pretty low. What if we did something about that? Ooh, performance. Okay, I don't know how to formulate this joke, but something person who manipulates the performance of a video game far beyond what is possible or far below what is expected for funsies is called a performance artist, I guess. It's a joke. It's a joke, I think. Oh, this dude has way too much fucking health, dude. Oh, dang it. Oh, okay. I framed through that, very good. Not sure what does more damage. Okay, I think it's ice. Dang it. Oh, well, out of ice. But not out of options. Jump, I can't jump because I'm way down. Why did you climb up there, please? Okay. Shouldn't have done that. Oh! Oh no! The debuff that prevents you from jumping is named Shoe Glue. How silly, that's cute. If this was DMC2, you'd give him A rank just for that. I hear DMC2 is not as good. I hear it is not as good of a game as the others. Okay, almost there. Ow. I totally tried to dodge that, you have to believe me. These fights drag on for so long. So, why? Like, why did they do that? In some games, because this game has a multiplayer component where you can take on missions together, and in some games that have a multiplayer component, they will mostly scale it for the multiplayer, and as such, in single player mode, it can get very tedious or difficult. But these are just the story missions that you cannot do with multiplayer, so why? Anyway. What am I doing? Getting worked up over some device? Like, I've got any clue what the organization even uses it for. Yeah, nobody tells you anything. Everything's a mystery. They didn't even tell me about Xion. The biggest mystery is me. The idiot who keeps doing everything he's told. Trill. You should stop doing that. Some of the story missions can be unlocked for multiplayer. Yeah, but they can be played for multiplayer now. So that would suggest that they didn't properly balance it for for single player into single player mode where you can only play it in single player, which is not at all impossible and would be bad and stupid. Oh my god. Roxas, come on, bud. Come on, you can do it. All the story missions are remixed from multiplayer, so to make some changes like raising health. Wait, so they did change it? And oh my god. That sucks that they did make changes to the balancing in the multiplayer missions, and yet still they made it. They put in so many bullet sponges in single player. Okay, I know what to do. Wait, wrong button. There we go. Good job, kid. So proud of you. Goodbye, device. Actually, no. Yeah, the pop was really difficult, chat. I'm glad I figured out like the strategy against him, because it was very hard. Is that the final boss? Because I feel like that's probably the final boss, right? Considering how difficult that was. Powerful enemy is near. That is scary. I think I'll go home. Oh. Why am I doing this? Why am I going back to the castle? Oh my god, this is the moment. My son's gonna rebel. There's nothing there for me. How can I keep working for them if they're gonna leave me in the dark? What am I saying? This isn't about them or Xion. Okay. Got your mother in a whirl. Cool. Why am I going back to the castle? I should be at the club. You should not be at the club. He's like 12. That's true, that's true. Well. He is 354 days, that is true. Hi, it's 9 p.m. So after this cutscene, we're going to take a break. But not just yet. Let's finish the cutscene first. Unless it's a real long cutscene, I guess. We'll find out. It's about me. Whatever me is. I feel like I'm the only person who doesn't know. Have I got anything left? Any place I really belong? Any friends I still belong with? No! Oh my gosh, my son. This is so sad. No, he cried. He puts his hood up. It's symbolic, chat. Oh, fucking shit. Here he is. Wait, let me pause. Okay. Oh my gosh, hello!
That's great.
Hello. Duper, I love you, hi Duper! And hello everybody, hello all your raiders. Invading Fish, thank you very much for following, hello! Crib Ragoon, I hope you had so much good fun. Hi Ro, hi. Hello, everybody. I am currently Coral Queen, but always Zoe. I am an artist who makes my own assets and stuff, and a variety streamer. And we are trying to get through all of Kingdom Hearts. We are nearing the end. We might beat it today. Ideally, we'll beat it today. Nearing the end of Kingdom Hearts Days, things are emotional. Things are clashing. It's big. It's exciting. I've got the plushies of my favorite characters here. Yay! You did catch us at the cusp of a break. As soon as these cutscenes end, we are going to take a break. Although I feel like we might actually be like in for a bunch of cutscenes today right now. So maybe just after this pre-rendered one, we'll take a break. We'll see. But anyway, I hope you had so much good time. What did you do? The fuck did you do? You chatted. I hope you had so much fun chatting, duper. You worked in motion. I hope you got some good progress done. But yes, if you're gonna stick around, thank you so much. And otherwise, have a lovely rest of your day. Now let's hear what this stupid mouse has to say. We haven't seen him all game long. He's on the title screen. He's on the box art. Mickey has not made a single appearance the entire fucking game as far as I can remember. So this is, you got here at a very special time, I guess. I hope he like trips and falls and dies or something. Oh my god, it's Ansem the Wicked, or whatever he was. Ow. No, just kidding, it's Riku! Oh god, he looks... Oh! Inokugi Momochi, hello, thank you very much for following, welcome. This is a good phase. Riku! His model is weird. They put bugs in him. Your Majesty. Gosh! Have I been worried about you? Where have you been all this time? Searching for a way to conquer the darkness within me, while we wait for Sora to awaken. For a second there, you look just like... well, you know... You don't have to worry. I'm getting the hang of keeping the darkness under control. That's great to hear, but you said that Sora hasn't woken up yet. Did something go wrong? I feel like hold on. Huh? I'm Mickey Mouse. I don't know, that's probably the best I can do. Whatever. He sucks anyway, so who cares? There's a reason the organization has been quiet since our battle at Castle Oblivion. And it's not because we weakened their numbers. What they did to Sora back there, the point wasn't just to take his memory apart. They went out of their way to make it hard to put it back together. Gosh, I guess that explains... voice crack. Gosh, I guess that explains things. Ow! Riku doesn't know, because you don't explain the whole Ansem Xehanort thing. Or wait, Riku doesn't... wait, Riku knows that in 2, so maybe Mickey did. I assume so. I feel like they've been being buddy-buddy for a bit. It's almost like they're trying to buy some time. Exactly. They want Sora's memories. Which means Name isn't the only one picking up the pieces. And as long as they've got their hands on Sora's most precious memories, the ones of Kairi, and of me because we're boyfriends, I don't think Sora will recover. Did somebody say the door to darkness? Huh? Say, fellas. Well, you have... Well, you have to let me help. Maybe I could get the memories back. Nah. I've got that covered, Mickey. Maybe you could do me a favor, though. Sure. Just tell me what you need. I have to face one of the organization's members soon. I might not survive the fight. And if I do, it might only be because I gave in to the darkness. That means you're the only one who will be there for Sora, Donald, and Goofy. The only one who can guide them when they awaken.
Don't say that, Riku!
Promise me, Mickey. You have to be there for our friends. Even though I don't think you've met Sora yet, but it's whatever. Really, at this point in the story, you had done very little. You just showed up at the end of Kingdom Hearts 1, and that was kind of it. But that's whatever.
Of course, Riku. I promise.
He said it. He said Sora, Donald, Goofy in order. It's always in that order. Increase critical hit, critical percentage, and crit bonus. Okay, that's kind of useful. Not useful enough, though. I don't care. So what's gonna happen now? At day 355, unsaid, unheard. We're not gonna find out yet, Chad. I'm leaving you all in suspense because we're gonna take a break. Because it is now 8 minutes past 9 p.m. my time, which means it's time for me to do my Estrogel. So we're going to take a 20 or so minute break and put on some nice music. During this time, please, if you guys have any memory. If you guys have any if you guys have any memories that you want to hold on to, please never forget your friends. If you guys have any medicine that you have to take, please remember to do so. Remember to get some water or something else to keep you hydrated. Stretch your leggies, get some snackies, and we will be back in roughly 20 minutes. Ow. We don't have any memories. We're just Castle Oblivion. Oh no! You'll have to go reclaim them then. Oh, Chrysalis, I will put your egg on stream real quick, and I'll do the stretchy, and then it'll be time for a break. For all the new people here, I'm like the autistic kind of trans girl that makes noises when I stretch. There we go. All right, time for the break. See you soon.
I've been pulling favors out of privileged hands. I've been taking credit where the credit's due. Stole the name of someone from a foreign land. You're the only one I've ever told this to. Gave away the total sum of who I was to now become the man who stands before your eyes today. Living in the limelight of a fancy turn to full-time love, still waiting for the sting of my disgrace. I stole my identity from another man who looks like me, and I don't know what he knows, but I know he knows my name, and I have myself to blame. Do you think he's in here now? Do you see him in the mirror? Do you think he knows I'm here? I've been filching francs from banks in Switzerland. I've been cashing travelers' checks in Cameroon. Drank at the Mirage and dried up at the sands. Never thought of what this might be coming to. Thought for sure that he was dead and I might take his place instead. Become the man I always wished to be. Never knew the men he killed or asked how all the vaults were filled, but now I fear he's finally come for me. I stole my identity from another man who looks like me. And I know that I will not go free, 'cause there's only room for one, you see. And I don't know what he knows, but I know he knows my name. And I have myself to blame. I can taste his bullet down, I can smell his blood-soaked hands. I cannot forget this man. I am trying to escape, but there's nowhere left to run. For I know now what I've done. I have laid inside his bed, stood before his vanity, and I know that man is me. When the young rebellion rides at the crest of a rising tide, in the dance at the world's end, you better watch your back, my friend. They come on like kamikaze planes, they got the chemicals in their veins. They wanna go where the danger lies, and the magazine man cries. They wanna live forever, they wanna have it all. They wanna kiss their idols, they wanna break the walls. They wanna die for love, before the love just dies. They wanna live forever, they wanna live forever. When the true believers run through the fire of the falling sun, in the clash of the new and old, you better hope that the water's cold. They wanna know what heaven's worth, they're gonna make a little hell on earth. They got a ticket to the teenage dream, and so the morning headline screams. They wanna live forever, they wanna have it all. They wanna kiss their idols, they wanna break the walls. They wanna die for love, before the love just dies. They wanna live forever, they wanna live forever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever and ever. They wanna live forever, they wanna have it all. They wanna kill their idols, they wanna break the walls. They wanna die for love, before the love just dies. They wanna live forever, they wanna live forever and ever 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 and ever. Long before there was you and I, the ancient ones lived in the sky. A kingdom built upon the stars, a million tiny points of light. Do you ever wonder where they've gone? There's something up there in the sky. Don't you ever wonder why? The ancient ones, they rose and fell. For reasons that we just can't tell. Cataclysm maybe so. Perhaps we're just not meant to know. Empire never lasts, or so it seems. There's something up there in the sky, but some say they're still with us in our dreams. Ascending off to God knows where, the ancient ones took parole. Legend says they were running from a force beyond their control. And the kingdom that was left behind was turned to dust, from which mankind did first emerge, like cinders up from the coal. You and I, we are the ash of demons slain and cities smashed. The ancient ones, they reached too far, and thus for now the world is ours. And though it's just a legend, so they say, there's something up there in the sky. Perhaps they will return again someday. I broke the golden rule again. I lost a lover and a friend, just when I thought I'd got to know you. But when I see it in rewind and think of all we left behind, there was no other way to show you. 'Cause you are no believer, and I don't need you either. And this is such a breather, finally being real. 'Cause it feels like no one ever gets the things they want. No one ever wants the things they have. So why do we keep faking it so bad? And when I think of what went wrong, you know I'm glad that you are gone. I got so tired of being patient. I opened up my beating heart and nearly tore myself apart to fit in all your expectations. But I am done pretending I'm not your happy ending. I can't go on defending all the time you steal. 'Cause it feels like no one ever gets the things they want. No one ever wants the things they have. So why do we keep faking it so bad? Yeah. Yeah. wanted to live on the highway and sleep in the car, bathe in the ocean and love in the bar. All the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, the wild years, all the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, all the wild years. You're wondering why the people are the way the people are. Oh, the wilderness, nowhere you've ever been has ever been so very far. You're prowling in the alleys like a cat, crashing on open floors and yoga mats. Your shirts are dirty and your teeth are green, but all you want is what you haven't seen. Oh, the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, the wild years, all the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, the wild years, all the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, the wild years, the wild years. Give some away to the way that you're on. Let people say they can't say where you've gone. Live for the light of the dusk and the dawn. Oh, those wild years. Oh, the wild years. You're wondering why the world is the way the world is. Oh, the wilderness. You've gotta have a life to have the right to reminisce. You might seem crazy and you may well be. You're paying the price of living fantasy. And if you can't recall the reason why, look where the empty highway meets the sky. Oh, the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, the wild years, all the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, the wild years, well, all the wild years, all the wild years, all the wild years, the wild years, the wild years, I was born in the woods, I was raised pretty good by a pack of hyenas. I was free in the soul, I was more animal than man. I was good on my own, I was almost fully grown when the zookeeper seen us. Now I know you never knew, so I gotta tell you who I am. Way back, I was hunting with my teeth. Way back, with the jungle for beneath. Way back, I was crawling on my paws. Way back, must have broke a lot of laws. I was trapped in a bag, I was sent to a lab in the back of a college. I was shaved of my hair, given clothes I could wear for free. Wop, wop, wop. I was told how to talk, how to stand when I walk, make displays of my knowledge. But the funds won't away, cause they don't wanna play like me. Wop, wop, wop. Take me back to the sweat and the sun. Take me back to the dirt and the dung. Take me back to the tongues and the tails. Take me back to the slime and the skills. I'm going back to my roots, gonna chew on the fruits. I'm moving back to the jungle. I'm gonna grow out my hair, learn to growl like a bear. I'm moving back to the jungle. I'm gonna roll in the dirt, dig a hole till it hurts. I'm moving back to the jungle. I'm gonna swing from the vine, show the world that it's mine. I'm moving back to the jungle. eat bugs. When you see me again, I'll be down in the den with the tigers and lions. I will show you around, we will go up and down the trees. Oh, the jungle and I will explain you the cycle of living and dying. So leave your house, take a ride, 'cause it's such a crazy sight to see. I'm going back, gonna crawl down the street, I'm going back. On my hands and my feet, I'm going back. I can't pretend anymore, I'm going back. I'll leave my clothes on the floor, there is so much to do. In the woods you will use all 5 of your senses. You will taste through your toes, see the world through your nose in 3D. Wop, wop, wop. There's a part of your brain that you just can't contain, 'cause there's cracks in the fences. So once you start looking through, see the animal you can be. Wop, wop, wop. Come back to your mother, the earth. Come back to the instinct of birth. Come back, leave your worries behind. Come back to your reptile mind. Come.
Hello. Give me just a moment to bump the socials and put my accessories back on. There we go. Oops. I hope you've all had a good break. There we go. It's me. Just take your time and get settled. We'll continue the game soon. Killed some Wordles and got the clothes from the washing machine. Nice. Good job. Girl jump scare. I'm not scary, I think. I think if we climb back down that big ladder, they should play the Snake Eater backwards. They should. You're right. And then if you start climbing back up again, it starts playing it forward again, you know? Cool people are scary. Oh, we're just like anyone else. It's okay. You don't have to be scared of us. Boom. There was an egg. Oh, there was a cheese. Oh! Quickened 2000X. Thank you very much for following. Now, there was an egg at some point, so let me just go ahead and get that. I mean, well, there was also an egg, but here's a cheese. I'm gonna put it on my eye. Gonna put it on my eye a little bit better. Sure. That works, I guess. Whatever. If you jump down, it should play backwards at 20 times speed, and then you die. So there was at least one egg that we're missing. Yes, it was AOL. Hi, Hal. Can my dear friend AOL get a little shout out because she's so nice and fun and has such good vibes, and it's so sweet and cute too. This is really nice. Ow. Thank you for the shout out. And it's currently playing through Shadow of the Colossus, which is one of the greatest video games of all time. So says I. You know? Now let's continue. Roxas is a sleepies. Will Roxas have a nightmare about... Nope. Right. controller down here. Oh, whoops, my bad. Roxas ate too much cheese. Chad's just talking about cheese for reasons I don't understand. Oh, because of the cheese on my face. That makes sense, yeah. It's all just too much cheese. It's all just too much. What? Rouge in the corner under Amy. Okay. Rouge, here we go. I need to fix Rouge's sprite. There's a little fault there, with like the there's no black line underneath the bottom white line. So there. Xion was part of the replica program made to copy my Keyblade, and when she left us, Axel helped her. Like he wanted her to go. If he knew, why did he wait so long to tell me? She was part of the dairy program made to copy my Swiss. These are bad. Is it because I'm the same thing? She and I are both special nobodies. What if they made me too? Did they? Semna said Sora was what connects her and me. I guess maybe they did. That'd be interesting. No, because then everybody in the organization would be treating him differently, I assume. Unless she's like an imperfect clone and he's a better one, and that's why. Who knows? But who's Sora? We know. And who am I to him? Hi, Brody! Hello, Brody! How are you doing? Good to see you. Axel knows. You're nobody. He's everything to me. He's my son. I'll bet he's been sitting on all kinds of secrets this whole time. He doesn't even have the guts to tell me the truth about me. Imagine if this was the first Kingdom Hearts game you ever played. There was definitely someone in like a previous stream in chat who said it was their first one and they were extremely confused. Like on one hand, I feel like it would be very weird and confusing to play it like that. On the other hand, I feel like it's kind of the perfect way to do it, because you really are there with Sora, with Roxas. You also have no fucking idea what they're talking about, you know? I'd kind of love to experience the game as such. See like how much I relate to the characters then and stuff. You know what I mean? And yes, we have been reading the diary. You could really emphasize with Sora or with Roxas going, what? Exactly. Wait, well, sure, we'll do panels first and then read the diary for today. Can't do that. Can I do this? Oh, it links to a panel. Where is the panel anyway? What panel do we have? Dims. It's this. Let's do bounce back enemy attacks. Yes, okay, so we definitely want to keep that one. That one's very good. Do we have an aerial recovery already? We do. It's pretty good too. Air slide. With glide in there, that's... For something that I forget exists, I don't know if I should be having these. But I don't really know what else we would put there if not that, so... Guess it's kind of whatever. And I used it a little bit last time, so... We'll just do a high ether. Wait, what's an elixir anyway? I have them equipped. Why did I equip these? Fully restores HP and magic. That is useful, actually. Yeah, keep it up, baby. I feel like Dream Road Distance is the worst game to have as your first in the Kingdom Hearts series. Sure. I haven't played it yet, so I don't know. Tree does so much explaining that it might actually be a great starting place because it always makes sure to you keep you up to speed. That makes sense that it would do that with like 3 though, with like a next mainline series. Because I feel like a lot of people aren't gonna bother with the side ones or just, you know, start with that one maybe. Who knows? Hello? Oh, god damn it, my controller. Shit. Hold on. Why does the connecting always take so fucking long? Oh, the controller is unrelated to the game, I promise. It's for stream functions. Your controller battery reload sound was so good. I've got really good sound design. Gun reload. Nice. No, I'm gonna clip that and I wanna hear it back after the stream. Who am I? Roxas, the idea, versus Roxas, the kid. Everybody knows that Roxas is cool as fuck. But why does he defeat Heartless? Perchance. Yeah. I have thoughts about the mobile game I can't share yet. Huh? You have to hold on to them, maybe develop them some more. I don't understand the organization. I don't understand Axel. I understand myself least of all. Why do I keep coming back to the castle? Why? Seriously? Me and Xion are special, connected by Sora. If she's a puppet, maybe I am too. I don't know what I am. Well, you are definitely a puppet, maybe not in this literal sense. The developer just spoilery. Well, yeah, that's why you gotta keep them to yourself. Roxas is very normal and mentally stable diary entry. Who am I? He's fine, you know? Oh my god. Oh my god. This is fucked up, dude. Axel's the only one here. Oh my god. Dad, and also the Moogle, of course. Gooksalm is here as well. That fucks me up that it's just him now. Oh, we're in it, dude. We're fucking in it, here we go. Should I confront Axel? There may be no turning back. Oh, shit. This is it. This is the end. Oh my god, it's endgame time. Fuck. Ow. Are we ready for this? Chet, are we ready?
Analyze big evil.
And the fucked up and the play showtime. Like how's our XP doing? Next level. I don't know how much XP we get from like one mission, because I can imagine like just doing one just so we can get another level up, you know?
I don't feel safe.
Me neither. The final gauntlet. Ow. It's your first time through this game? Yes, it is. The only Kingdom Hearts games that I had played previously are 1 and 2, and we are now playing through all of them on stream. Didn't you just get a level up? Not just, I think. I think it's been a little bit. Wee! Woo! Yay! Yahoo! Wahoo! Like, I'm a little bit afraid if I go in now, I might not be strong enough. And I have, like, annoying boss fights that I keep having to do over, you know? If you like the game up to this point, you're in for it. I like the story a lot, and some of the fights. Only wanted to find out. Damn, you're so right. Here we go. Yes, confront him. Hold on. Oh! Where's the Yuri? Where is it? I want it. It's an action game, so you can overcome anything with enough effort. I suppose so, you know? So sad I missed the Leech Grave. I'm sure that was very fun. Which was... The name rings a bell. I don't immediately remember who the Leech Grave was. You're gonna have to tell me. Axel. Big coffin pause. Right? I don't remember having too much trouble with that one. I think. You'll have to watch the VOD, I guess. Alright, Axel, you're going to tell me what's going on. I will attempt to tell Zem this. You thought the tall thrones were a stupid idea. Hey, Roxas. You find Xion? Like it's gonna be that easy. I know. Have you been keeping the truth about her from this whole time? Not the whole time. When did you find out? Oh, I don't know. Somewhere along the way. Didn't get it. Oh, low blow, Rox. Come on. Didn't get it memorized, huh? Axel, who am I, really? I'm special, like Xion. I know that. But the organization wanted me out of the picture. Yeah, they did. Is it because Xion copied my Keyblade and they didn't need me anymore? And you feel the same way? No, you've got that part wrong. You'll always be my best friend. Best friends are honest with each other. Who am I, Axel? Zemna said me and Xion are connected to Sora. Who is that? Tell me! Am I a puppet like Xion? No. What then? You really think the truth is going to make you feel better? It won't. What makes you so sure? I have a right to know who I am, that's true. How did I get here? Fucking... The Axel plushie's like trying to get away. He doesn't want to like see this situation where he's being so fucking... where he's put on blast and stuff. Why am I special? Where did I learn to use the Keyblade? I deserve those answers. Roxas. Are you gonna tell me or not? Axel. Who am I? Yeah, Axel Plushie's feeling guilt and fricked loyalties. Yeah. It's okay, buddy. It's okay. It's okay. It's fiction. It's alright. You just gotta trust me, Roxas. I don't. Oh, fuck. Oh, that hurts. Hey, come on. If I can't get answers here, I'll get them somewhere else. Somebody knows where I came from. That'll be the person I trust. Imagine being told you're not a person. It fucking sucks, dude. I feel so bad for him. The winner. I tried, but... there's nothing left for me here. Oh, finally it's gonna defect. It's been... should've done that from the fucking start. The answers are out there. Damn, this is just like Pokemon Mystery Dungeon Blue and Red Rescue Team for the Nintendo Game Boy and Nintendo DS. Escape the castle. It certainly is emotional. That, but also in those games you like, you know, eventually like leave the village and, whoops, that's the wrong button. And like go on a journey, you know? Oh, hello. There's a thingy up there. Yay! Damn, the husks are like weak as shit, huh? And for the Nintendo DS, wow! Every similarity is here. It's just like Smash Brothers Ultimate. It's very clear that this part is not meant to be challenging you. It's just narratively fulfilling to be able to kill them so quickly. It's very cool that you're going down it when in Kingdom Hearts 2 you go up it. Rucksack, you must escape at the castle, or else you will be eaten by mad sex to nobody. Why eat it? No! Whoa, elevator. Also, hi Daya, how you doing? Whee! Wahoo! I thought for sure there'd be a big fight there. Ow. Ah, now it's a fight. Never mind. Ow. Just got home. I hope you had a good day at work or whatever. Welcome home. Oh, what the hell? Let me parry you. You guys have a very silly little walk, I must be honest. Itchy nose. Why are the samurai attacking you? They're supposed to be Roxas's nobody. They're supposed to be Roxas's nobodies? Roxas is already a nobody, silly. Or Legion. I mean, I get it though. It is a bit odd. Hello.
We don't accept resignations.
Each member commands their own set of lesser nobody. Really? Okay, that's interesting. And Roxas controls the samurai? Interesting. Huh. They don't, did they ever explain that? I don't think they did. He forgot to put in his 2-week notice and therefore he will be killed. I've got nothing to say to you.
Then let's keep this short and sweet.
Oh fuck, we're fighting! Oh shit! wish I could block in the air. Lucky. Whoa, Jesus Christ. Oh my god, he silenced me. Oh, okay. Yeah, you can go over there. That's okay. No, please. Oh, fuck. Might need to take 2 stabs with this boss fight. You're finished. Okay, rude. Why'd you only let me parry the first part of that attack? You're finished. That's funny. It does sound like he's saying you're finished. Can't believe he doesn't talk the way that I make him talk. This voice actor did a really bad job. You're attacking like a lot. Could you stop? And why am I nose so itchy? Big pain in my ass. Maybe you're finished, actually. That's what I fucking thought. Bitch. This is a real worker's fantasy to beat up their boss on their way out. Real, dude. Seriously. All the organization members are based on a job class from Final Fantasy, and the generic enemies are too. Would that make Xion the mime? Or mimic? Is that a... I mean, I guess so. Who's the pugilist? Oh, careful. Limit break on the CEO, motherfucker.
How much longer?
Yes! We're killing him. Oh, you did mean to say mime. Okay. Xion is blue mage. Okay. Can you put Roxas push? Yeah. Here. You did good. Good job.
Kingdom Hearts. That is the name of the game. Will your strength ever be mine?
Not even worth finishing off. Fucking cold. Oh my god, we're here. We're here where Roxas and Sora fight. Hello.
Your mind's made up? Why did the Keyblade choose me? I have to know. You can't turn on the organization. You get on their bad side and they'll destroy you. No one would miss me. That's not true.
I would miss you.
I would.
Yeah. Damn, big fucking sadsies. I leveled up, that's good. Oh. Damn. game's big sadsies, huh? Yeah, the upbeat music complete after completing that, really though. The music. Mission clear, CEO dead, best friend depressed. So the Sykes fight isn't in the movie? Come on. I mean, I guess we'll probably like, watch the movie in the Discord or something after we beat it. But man, I'm so glad that we just played the game because this is so much. We clearly would miss so much, you know?
Nice to meet you.
Hey, look, it's name. Egg. I'll get the egg in a bit. There's my girl. Come on. Stay put. Why is my nose so itchy today? Oh my god, it's Yuri! Oh my god, it's Yuri! Holy shit! Fantastic news. Gelly meme, thank you very much for your egg. There we go. Oh shit. Okay. Name. You can see my face? Yes. What do you think I should do? What do you want to do? Two nice women in one room! Who knew it was possible in Kingdom Hearts? Except for in Kingdom Hearts 2 when it also happens. And arguably, I think in Kingdom Hearts 1 with, what's her face? Wendy and Kairi in the same room. Anyway. I thought I knew it first. I wanted me and Roxas and Axel to be together forever. Actually, grammatically speaking, you should put your own name at the end of the series. List yourself last, but whatever. Battle test passed! No, they're still talking about guys. We don't know if they passed yet. But then I started to realize these memories don't belong to me. That's because you're Kairi. At least the Kairi Sora remembers. I knew it, kind of. I kind of knew. The more I remember, the more I feel like I'm in the wrong place. Like I need to go back. See, this is still not passing the Bechdel test because they're talking about Sora, really, you know? So sad. I wonder if Kingdom Hearts ever passes the fucking Bechdel test at any moment. Bechdel test, whatever. Hey girl, how's it going? Anyone died yet? Not yet. Some people got close, but not yet. But I think Xion might be about to die, and I'm gonna be really sad if that happens. Back to Sora. If you return your memories to him, you'll disappear. No! And since everything about you was built on those memories... No! No! No one will remember you when you're gone. There won't be any you to remember. I'm sad. I am. I really am. We will remember her, that's true. We will remember. Can these kids get a fucking break for 5 minutes? It's not okay, dude. Oh my god. And the music too is very good music, but it's sad. Oh. I can't save you, Xion. Even a memory of you. I know. I'm ready. Otherwise, I wouldn't be here. Roxas belongs with Sora too. But I don't think he would understand. Not yet. He can't feel Sora, but he will. Name. Now it feels shitty to be using the joke name we came up with. But I'm sticking to it. Name. Will you watch over Roxas once I'm gone? You won't be alone. I asked somebody else to look after him too. It's just... there isn't anything else I can do for him. Alright. Thank you. Ricky Red did show up actually. For a little bit. If you're ready, let's go see Sora. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck. Okay, I get to bust out my Christopher Lee impersonation. Here we go.
Sora, yes, sir, yes. Yes, I'm doing it, yes, this is the voice. Name, they found us. They are on their way. That blasted puppet led them right to our doorstep. See what you get for trusting it.
I'll get rid of them. No, Xion.
Get a job. Hello, I am Diz. I am a dick and an asshole.
Let's start with the icky jobs.
Oh no. No.
Axel,
Xion, what are you gonna do?
I've decided that I have to go back to where I belong.
Well, to be honest, I always felt that was best right from the very beginning. But you know, it still really bugs me. Something about this just stinks.
There's a lot of CGI cutscenes
For
here.
the good of
It's very
everyone.
end loaded.
But how do you know that? Everybody thinks they're right.
This is right.
They're gonna destroy you!
Please don't hold back, Axel. Promise.
What's your problem? You both think you can do whatever you want. Well, I'm sick of it. Go on, you just keep running. But I'll always be there to bring you back! Man.
Damn. This shit's sad. Yeah, it's good performance, dude. Oh, it's good. Also, it appears that he succeeded as well. I genuinely thought you were gonna have to play a Xion fighting Axel there. No, me too. I was like so ready for it, you know? I was very much expecting it. Man, why you always gotta cause me trouble? Oh no. Yeah, I made him work for it, you're right. Shit. Oh, look who it is. Just gonna leave him there? What the fuck? God. God, I hate you. Semnus, I think is your name, I forgot. That's why you said, someone said man sex. That's funny, actually. At least Holder probably God. Boss, what about me? Oh, so few days remaining, yeah. God. But hey, we've got the Twilight Town gang, so that's cute, that's nice. Panzolette, what's the matter? What, you having trouble going back to like a fun, lighthearted vibe after those cutscenes? Slow down, Hainer. You know the rules. Last one there buys ice cream. What? Not this again. I just had to come up with a voice for Pets on the fly. I don't remember what voice I gave him. But to be honest, it's probably this. If you don't want to shell out, I suggest you get running. I stand corrected. Axel does put his pussy into one thing. It's betraying his friends. He's not betraying them really. He's trying to do what's best for their safety. Come on. I guess not all friendships fall apart. Maybe I'll stop by the clock tower. Seems as good a place as any. Yeah, he's just trying to keep them safe. He's not trying to hurt them. Wish I had a walk button. I want to lore walk this shit. How do I go to the clock tower anyway? I've never gone to the clock tower. Is it above the station? Look at these teenagers having fun. Now look at your teenager being sad. Oh, I feel so bad for my little teenagers. And also, Axel. I'm back. What did I miss? Lots. Big sadness. This game truly is, Roxas and the Infinite Sadness, you know? Oh, hello. I couldn't let you leave the castle.
I couldn't let you leave the castle alone, Koopo. Your money always has a place in my pocket, Koopo.
Okay, I'm pretty sure the Moogle is not affiliated with the organization in this case. You missing the Dog Street t-shirt? Oh, that's what you guys are referencing. Right. Yeah. Dog Street. This is Guxelm, is the name I came up with, I think, originally. The Moogle just quit just to take Roxas's money. Yeah, it's a little entrepreneur. Quit his job to try his own luck. With capitalism. Well, I don't think there's really anything is here for us to care about. A save point sure would be wonderful, though. Oh, cool. We can save. Why is my nose so itchy? Roxas is like, nobodies do have emotions, and I am living proof. I have all the emotions right now, and it feels very bad. Clock tower. I wonder if anybody's up there. Probably not. It's kind of silly that the money here is called money. Yeah, it is. That's just what money is called in Kingdom Hearts. It's called money. Could go take a look. Well, actually no, because there might be a journal entry. Oh, that's awesome. That's really good. I have to know who I am. I am done with this. And then there's nothing for this day. I guess maybe because if he's not carrying the diary with him, then I guess he's not writing in it. I am all of me. I am Roxas the Nobody. I am done with this. This is who I am. It's very Shadow the Hedgehog. I love it. It's so edgy teenager. It's really good. Oh, that rules. That is so good. I have to know who I am. I am done with this. This is what I am. Finally, I have all 7 Keyblades. Alright, let's go. Wait, didn't I level up? Shit, I forgot to equip the thing. Damn it. Wait, we can reset. I saved. Where's the reset button? Here we go. Sorry, gang.
It all starts with this. A heart containing the ultimate power.
Shadow's favorite Kingdom Hearts character is Roxas, and my mind cannot be changed for this. Yeah. Definitely, he relates too much, you know? Like, and I feel like he couldn't, like, pick a more edgy, badass character either, you know? Maybe Axel. He might say Axel. Yeah, I hit the reset button on mine. Yes, that's right, yes. Alright, level 53. Forget the day 357 is named Tears. Oh, is it? That's big sad, dude. Like, Shadow would say something else to be cool, but in his heart it's Roxas. But yeah, that's it. Like, he might say Axel, but it would be Roxas, definitely. Alright. Another pre-rendered cutscene. Can't wait to cry.
Where did I think I could go? What a joke.
Aww. Oh shit. Xion?
Xion! Thank you.
Oh, things are gonna go bad so soon. Something bad's gonna happen.
Roxas, I'm out of time.
Kairi?
Even if I'm not ready, I have to make this choice. You have poured so many memories into me, given me so much, that I feel like I'm about to overflow. Look at me, Roxas. Who do you see? If you see somebody else's face, a boy's face, then that means I'm almost ready. This puppet will have to play her part. Roxas?
No, the Genitus Floria.
It's Sora.
No. Okay.
Car battery!
What? Wait, where did the car battery go? I think the throwing isn't working.
I have to make you a part of me too.
Oh shit.
Don't you see?
Oh my god.
This is why I was created.
This is who I am.
Oh no. Oh shit. What a cool design. That's cool. Oh no. Oh hey, we're in Wonderland for some reason. Are we gonna go through all of the lands? It's those devices. It is very unexpected that she would turn into... Oh. Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Pause. I have to see why the thing isn't working. Be right back, everyone. That is to say, I'm still here. You just can't see anything for now. Why did the connection go down? Alright. The connection was down, but it should be up now. Go ahead and try to throw some stuff at me. Yeah, I do remember those weird devices I installed, yes. I remember installing, one of them at least.
Hey,
Nice. It works again. Good. Ah! I can focus like this. Oh my god, I love that she just has the at least partially the Keyblade animations. I did not expect Xion to be a boss at all. This is wild. Ow, scary. Ah. Oh wait. Just a second, Xion. There we go. Oh, it's not in time for that. Okay. Ow. You lost your organization but still need to collect 10 badges. I don't know, I see it and I want to get it, you know how it goes. Ow. Oh. Oh. Oh, I get it. You get like powers based on the world. That's cool. Ow. Oh, shit. Okay, can't cancel that, I think. Can I? Nope, definitely not. What about magic? Whoa, look, you're doing your funny little backflip kind of move. Very nice. Yeah. Dodge, 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 dodge. Okay. Ow, 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 ow. Okay, those just go around. Cool. Can you stop doing that? It's kind of, mean. Ow. Gotta say though, I am kind of proud of my daughter for being so strong, you know? Ow, 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 ow. Can you fucking stop using that move, seriously? Ow, 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 ow. Don't fireball, not a good idea. If only she wasn't trying to absorb my son. Yeah, that's true. But hey, that's siblings, you know? Always trying to absorb each other to become the true child. There we go. Alright, next up. Whoa, that was cool. Oh, this is the one that we put here. Do you remember, chat? I remember this. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, wow. That's wild looking. Looks a little silly while she's running at us, though. Did you fight the super bosses in Kingdom Hearts 1? Don't know. Maybe I did, maybe didn't. It's been a while. If I did, I definitely didn't beat them. Oh shit. Oh no! I died. Oh! Yes, I ran out of HP. Hello. No, I'm just Gauntlet Queen. There we go. Ooh, you got your glowy swords, look very cool. Very cool visual effects on those for the DS. Yippee! Do I have limit break? No. This boss sure is easy to walk away from, though. Oh, wait, I'm healing. Alright, there we go. That's not what the button that I wanted to push. Oh, that twirling move is cool, but I got hit by it and therefore I hate it. I think they should get rid of it. Ow. Cat litter broke. Okay, almost done. What you doing? Did you? No, hey, no, hey, no, 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 no. What? Fuck you, Xion. I tried to throw a fireball at her also to maybe cancel it, but I healed myself instead twice. Yeah, that was just a full heal. That sucks. You just did that too? Yeah, but I didn't do it as fast, and I'm the player, so I should get to do it. It's really like a fucking Dark Souls length combo for the boss. Right, when you counter her once, she like takes you back, so then you have to counter again. Although I don't think it'll be necessary anymore. You just got one hit in, please. Thank you. Fuck, dude. Christ. Going to work now. Have fun crying and being the saddest goal ever lived. I will be. And good luck at work, Brody. Thanks for coming. Bye bye. And I know I'm a boss, but right now I'm the player, so I get like me the boss doesn't get to heal, but the player character that I'm controlling does. No. Ah! Also, yeah, the outfit looks like Sora's. That's correct. There's some very good news over the trio after all this crying. Oh, exciting! I can't wait for that news. Whoa, you big or am I seeing things? You're big. She's grown up. Oh, and I'm dying. Oh shit. How do you do this again? I never forget to use items. Shit, fuck. This music is good. Is that Xion really big or just perspective? Oh shit, that's not what I meant to do. Shit. I just used one of my elixirs. It's just so much fucking health. This is insane. God, just yeah, okay, but I need them for the last boss. Polar Stars, they're full heals. But also just like Xion looking so much like Sora here, and Rox is fighting it. He's like fighting for his individuality here. It's really good narratively, you know. There could be a final boss. It's Kingdom Hearts, so there's probably a final boss. But even so, this is one hell of a... This is like a lot for a final for like an untrue, like a non-actual final boss, you know? A fake out final boss. Did you say die? Ow. Ow. Ow, stop. Xion, let me go. God. She should stop holding back. Oh, okay. I'm not trying to hold back. Jesus Christ. It's just that you're like a giant suit of armor now, and Roxas is still just little Roxas. Where'd you get these powers anyway? Like, can Sora do this? Throw fireball, thank you. I don't really do that much. Alright, the power of the devices, right. How? Fuck! Stop! Oh, I'm wasting... Oh, that's so wasted, that sucks. God damn. Okay, light beams. This is really hard to predict because I can't see the floor. there's no floor to be seen here, so it's kind of hard to see where they're actually gonna go. What do I do? What do I do? Help! Help! I'm dead. That's it. We're gonna die. And yeah, we're out of elixirs now. That's cool. I only brought 2. Oh, you're fucking lowering my level? Girl, come on, dude. Give me a fucking break. Could you start holding back just a little? Come on. There we go. Okay. Yeah, at least you can heal in that phase. That'd be stupid. It looked annoying. It was... I mean, it was mostly fine. I mostly enjoyed that boss fight. The beams were annoying, and the giant explosion. I didn't know how to dodge that.
Who are you?
Maybe you weren't supposed to.
Again?
Oh.
It's weird. I feel like I'm forgetting something really important.
No.
You'll be better off now, Roxas.
No.
Am I the one who did this to you?
No. It was my choice to go away now. Better that than to do nothing and let Xemnas have his way. I belong with Sora. And now I am going back to be with him. Roxas, I need you to do me a favor. All those hearts that I've captured, Kingdom Hearts, set them free.
Kingdom Hearts. Free them?
It's too late. You need to undo my mistakes. But you can't let Xemnas have Kingdom Hearts. You can't. Goodbye, Roxas. See you again. I'm glad I got to meet you. Oh, and of course, Axel too. You are both my best friends. Never forget. That's the truth.
No. Xion. Who else will I have ice cream with?
Oh, no.
Xion.
This is fucked up, Chad.
How did this happen?
I mean, I knew she was probably gonna die, but well, mm. Hmm. Oh, yeah. This game's fucked up, chat. Hey, assholes. At least she will live on in Roxas and Exo's hearts. How does Exo feel about forgetting one of his best friends now? I guess he doesn't even realize. I mean... like... Roxas was able to remember at the end, it seems. So I think they do remember her somewhat. They never memorized. How does Sayek remember? I mean, maybe it just hasn't happened yet. Also, hi Jody. Yeah, someone died. Xion died. Just now. It was very sad and emotional. I'm sure that my favorite. My daughter. How dare you? I can't believe this shit. They're just having their memories are fading too slowly. Yeah, I mean, I think it's just, you know, the memories aren't all gone yet or something. I don't know. Who's Xion as a long-running meme in the Kingdom Hearts fandom? How dare you? She's my beloved daughter. She's my favorite. I have 2 plushies of her. You can't do this to me. I will personally eradicate that meme. That meme is fucked up and stupid and bad, and I hate it. Bad. Anyway.
Xion is no more.
This is trans scroll animation. True!
It is probably for the best.
Don't say it like that as if you weren't, like, gunning for this, asshole.
Get me my Keyblade wielder. Fetch me Sora.
Fuck you, Zemnis. Man, I'm so glad we fucking kill you at the end of Kingdom Hearts 2. God. You took her out of the game so you'd have a second place. That's not it. It's not me. I didn't do it. Unless I took her out of the game before. I saved her before she got destroyed. Wow, 2. Oh my god, he just got 2 Keyblades now because... oh my god. Oh, this is so fucked up. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Oh, I can kill everything to good now. Oh, the hell. The icon. Oh my god. And the music is good too. It's Oathkeeper and Oblivion. That's so good. Kingdom Hearts is such a wild franchise, dude. It's Kingdom Hearts 1/6. Oh yeah, now that you mention it, I remember this. Yes. The sadness are unlimited and the tears are forever. Yay! This is so fucked up, dude. God. Ugh. It's like a bit of Xion's. They don't explain it ever. Nomura talked about it in an interview. I mean, I guess you don't have to explain it. You don't have to explicitly say it. It's clear narratively. Come on. Don't be a jerk. I guess the real question is if Oathkeeper or Oblivion is hers. Oblivion's hers. That would make more sense because she's the one who's gone, you know, gone to Oblivion, and Oathkeeper is Rox's, like, keeping his promise that he made to her, you know? Yeah. And I feel like that, him grabbing Oblivion and getting that flashback is also pretty clear indication that that's her Keyblade. Yeah, just fucking sold that. What an asshole. We're gonna fight together? Or wait. Yeah, they are. Yay! That's fun. Oh, the memories are fading. No. Oh, that's so sad. Oh no, they're fighting. What a for someone who's lost a child. I've lost a child. I didn't even realize it as such yet. This is so fucked up. Like, is she just never gonna appear in the franchise again? Is she just only gonna be in this one? Because, like, I know Roxas is in Kingdom Hearts 2 at the beginning, but is she just not gonna be in any other games? She's just not gonna be there? I'm actually... It's actually really...
I don't feel safe.
That makes me really sad. I didn't really register, I don't know. I didn't register that she wouldn't appear again. That's so sad. I'm actually sad. Like, I'm extra sad about that now.
Oh no.
This sucks. I mean, it's Kingdom Hearts, so you never know, and don't spoil me or anything. You know, I mean, it's not impossible that she comes back, but it kind of seems a little unlikely, doesn't it? Well, we'll find out. Well... Anyway... Fuck. I have to make Xehanort pay, you're right. I have to kill that motherfucker. I thought his name was Amnes. What? Amy, to help you go. Thank you. Thank you, Jody. Amy hair clip. Make him pay. I must. I gotta kill Xemnas for this. I do. I have to go back and play Kingdom Hearts 2 again so we can kill him again. Did I miss any eggs? I did. I missed several eggs. I'm so sorry. Give me a moment. Cumbercuke? Diafiend? Melly Melon, thank you all for the eggs. Thank you, thank you. There we go. You miss Egg Jill. I didn't miss! This is normal, this happens sometime. Kingdom Hearts made a protagonist that's like, you shouldn't exist, you were born of someone else's suffering, and if you stop existing, he'll get better, and then when we can make it an even more tragic character. It's fucked up. Ugh. I don't think Xehanort has been introduced yet. No, but I think I can guess who it is at this point. Which is the guy that took Xemnas' name and then his Heartless is the villain from Kingdom Hearts 1 and his nobody in this one and stuff. Okay, Akai, you didn't have to explain it to me if I didn't know yet, if it was still a secret in the game, but still. Did it say his name in 2? Alright, okay, well then it's okay. Never mind. Xehanort wasn't King. Ow. King. No, that was Ansem the Wicked. Which is his Heartless or something. I don't know. Xehanort is Ansem's apprentice that Mickey told you about. Yeah, I know that, yeah. I don't think Ansem the Wicked is actually called Ansem the Wicked. I just call him Ansem the Wicked because the other one is called Ansem the Wise, so it makes sense to me, you know? It's an easy way of telling them apart.
More like Ansem the Stupid.
Anyway. Ansem Seeker of Darkness. Whatever. He's Ansem the Wicked. Who are you? What does it matter? I'm here for you.
Ansem the Foolish. Ansem the Dumbass.
Can we just call him Xehanort's Heartless? I guess that would be he would be mad about that because he took the name Ansem. Ow.
Ansem the Stinky.
I love that video so much.
More like Saruman the Stupid. Saruman the Wrinkly.
Anyway. Why are you trying to stop me? Because I want back the rest of Sora's memories. Sora, Sora, Sora. Enough about Sora! Do you have some kind of plan? I'm going to set Kingdom Hearts free. Then everything can get there. Then everything can go back to the way it was.
Saruman da Vinci?
Me and Axel and her can go have ice cream together.
Her?
You mean Xion? It's a struggle just to remember the name now, isn't it? Fuck, dude. Either way, I can't let you go doing anything crazy. I have to find this Sora person, and freeing Kingdom Hearts is the only way. I want Xion back. I want my life back. If you try and make contact with Kingdom Hearts, the last thing you'll get is your life back. The organization will destroy you. Kinda looks like he's wearing black lipstick in his icon. I also think this child can do it. He can do it. He can kill him. Shut up! Sounds like I was telling myself to shut up. Oh, you're using a little shield protection. What's it do? That's not what I want to do. Keep pressing wrong buttons all over the place. Can I have my other Keyblade back? Weak little parry. Defeat the Mystery Man. The target chose his name. That is pretty funny. Also, the Mystery Man is just very cute. Ow. Ow. Whoa, 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 whoa. You pulled out the Halo Energy Sword. Shit. No, I'm escaping you. I'm throwing an ice ball at you. Oh, well. Not what I thought I did. Limit break. Or not. Can I limit break, please? Hello? Limit break, please. Thank you. I don't think he's finished this yet. No, but almost. Yes, yes. Oh, you're doing this move. The move that you do during the boss fight in Kingdom Hearts 1.
Why? Why do you have the Keyblade?
Oh my god.
Shut up!
Both screens. Oh my god. Oh my god, this is fucked up, dude. I love how they make use of the bottom screen though on this in this game. It's very good.
Why don't you quit?
Come on, Sora. I thought you were stronger than that.
Get real. Look which one of us is winning.
So it's true. You really are his nobody. Guess Diz was right after all.
What are you talking about? I am me. Nobody else.
Riku, please! You have to stop him!
How many times do I have to beat you?
All right. You've left me with no other choice.
What?
I have to release the power in my heart.
Oh no.
The dark power that I've been holding back.
Oh my god, he's so edgy.
Even if it changes me forever.
Oh no. That's why he's like that in Kingdom Hearts 2. Who called out to Riku? Xion or Namine? I mean, might have just been Kairi. Also, oh no, JoJo's here. No, hey, no!
I have accepted it.
Yeah, I feel like the voice I did for him was pretty good.
No, we're back to this shit again. No, I'm gonna get sad! Ow. She's fading away.
He could feel Sora. Oh, he told you how he felt, did he? Ridiculous. And nobody cannot feel anything. If he had met Sora,
I switched.
Things might have been different.
Roxas, don't be sad.
I hate this so much.
I came from you and Sora. I am you, the same way that I am Sora. You'll forget me, but the memories themselves will never go away. Memories of you and me will always be together, forever inside him.
I didn't even really register that line up, to be honest. You said that because I was too focused on Xion disappearing. Shut up, shut up, shut up, shut up. Wait, did it say day 359? I wasn't paying attention because they're numbers. Oh no! It's the start of Kingdom Hearts 1.
Dream about him.
No. This is so messed up. 11 days of summer vacation left.
Maybe today we'll finally hit the beach.
Oh my god. Oh, the music. Do I have to talk over, otherwise I'll get copyright striked? Oh my god.
Only 7 days to go, and then my summer vacation's over.
That is really, really fucking good that they ended that way, though. Oh. Oh. It was really good, but it's so sad. Why'd they make it so sad? Oh my god. Not yippee. Not yippee. Mm-mm. 1 week before his first birthday. It's so fucking sad. Oh my god, dude. I can't believe the series is only downhill from here. How could it, like, how could anything past this point, like, how could it make up for this, you know? This is messed up. Like, if I really fucking dies the day before his birthday, it's so sad. Fuck, dude. I mean, the story was incredible in this game. It's easily the best one so far, you know? But like, it's so messed up how it ends. Fucked up, dude. Where? Christopher Lee's last Kingdom Hearts credit. Don't worry, they got me after. They got me to play him after this one. I think Recoded will be a good next game. It's not as heavy as this was. That would be nice. I don't know, it's just... I have to go through the entire rest of the series now, knowing that Xion's not there, you know? No, I have not played any other games past this one. I've played 1, Chain of Memories, 2, and now I've beaten this one. Not played any of the other ones. I have played part of the demo, or maybe all of the demo, I don't quite remember, of Dream Drop Distance, but I don't remember any of it, so it doesn't really count. Every other game after this you have to play. Xion isn't gonna be there. Roxas is probably not gonna be there. God, dude. Fuck. I mean, we're gonna, you know, we're gonna play them and stuff, and I'm sure we're gonna have fun, but I'm gonna need some processing, y'all. I'm gonna have to. I can't immediately go into another game and just see Sora doing his goofy shit. I can't do that. My kids. My kids. I don't have Kingdom Hearts 2 right now. Well, I beat that one already. Next Kingdom Hearts game is gonna be February because Zoe needed all that time to process. Maybe! It honestly might take that long because I'm gonna have my bottom surgery in January, so I'm gonna have a hiatus then, you know? Fuck, dude. Like, it was incredible, but I'm so sad. She wasn't entirely right. She's joined with Sora. All her memories are with him now, even if they're jumbled up when putting him back together. I know. So, like, I don't know. Maybe there'll be like some flashbacks or something where she is, you know. But, you know. I don't know. It was really good though. Story-wise, this is definitely my favorite Kingdom Hearts game, and I genuinely will be surprised if I'm gonna care as much about the story of any other. Kingdom Hearts BBS bought it by surgery. That's funny. Sora kept having visions of Roxas though through 2, so who knows? Yeah, maybe, I guess. You might be right there. Who knows? It's not impossible. If you get scared about the surgery, I can do it for Xion. I can do it for my kids. Poor Axel too, yeah, like... I care. I'm not as attached to Axel, but I also still feel very sad for Axel and stuff. I've got the plushies at least. I've got the plushies to remember them by, you know? Fuck, man. It was really good. I am glad that we played through it. Like, the gameplay wasn't always... oh. Still mad at Square for making my heart like that. Me too, dude. Still post-game, new game plus stuff. That's pretty cool. I don't know if I can, dude. Xion isn't gone. She's just turned into a marketable plushie that I have 2 of. It's okay. I'll take her with me to the hospital, and she can support me during my bottom surgery. Why you got people in your jacket? I need them. They're my kids. Also, I'm not wearing a jacket. I wish I was wearing an Organization 13 hoodie. I wish. That'd be so cool. Where'd you get those? They're just on the Square Enix store. I just found them there. And I accidentally bought Xion twice because at first I like put her in my shopping cart to check the shipping costs and then didn't do anything. And then later on I ordered the 3 of them, but the first one was still in my shopping cart. So I had 2 Xion. And so be it. I don't care because she's my favorite and she's my daughter. And I love her so dearly. She's so dear to me. Then you'll get out of surgery. You'll ask where's Xion, and they'll say, "Where do you think we got the bottom?" Fucked up. That's good. That's funny. At least I didn't do the ultimate gut punch and make Xion disappear slowly from this screen and then appear on the title screen and then never appear on the title screen ever again. I would be so furious, dude. I would not be okay if they did that. Denzer, how come you have twins? Because I love them so much, you know? We have Exel, Punk Sora, and Girl Kairi Sora. That's funny. Alright. 2 Xion, twice as likely to remember. We will never forget. I cried Duffy tears in 3 when they all hugged. 3, I haven't gotten that one yet. Hold on. That's spoilers. Don't talk. I'm not there yet. I'm gonna assume you're talking about someone else or it's a flashback or something. Don't say anything else. I'm playing through these. I'm playing through these in order. That was a fanfic. Yeah, sure. I'm just imagining it's a flashback because it just can't happen happening, you know? So you have the plushies. No, I just love them so much. Whoops. No, I have not played them all. You can never assume those things. You should always ask. Always make sure before saying anything about like potential spoilers. Always make sure. Also, coincidentally, chat just reminded you. Please remember that unless Zoe explicitly asks for it, spoilers and Backseat Gaming are not welcome in chat. You know? I really need to switch over from stream elements, though. Those people are assholes. I have to switch to things, but so much work. You know, Sora can hug himself when it happens. It's true. I've been avoiding saying anything specific about future games. The most I've said is Recoded isn't as heavy as this game, which is as a former phone game makes sense. That's true. Yeah, that makes sense. It's already impossible for me to spoil anything Kingdom Hearts. I know nothing about these games except Sora, Donald, Goofy, Hearts, Darkness, Friendship, and Terrible Sadness. Yeah, the owner and some of the other like higher ups of Stream Elements support the genocide in fucking. I always forget the name. Palestine. Damn. I always think it's Pakistan for some reason. That's totally on me. Anyway, yeah, they support that shit, so no way. I have to switch over from them. But it's a little selfish, but I have so much to do every day. I am so overworked every fucking day for months now. I just don't have the fucking energy for it. It sucks, but I will eventually do it, you know? And I also have to like completely figure out how to get all of my features that I have now, like my donation bar and stuff, to work as well as it does now with other systems, you know? People are really talented and not being good. Yeah, it's fucked up, you know? Switching off of SE is gonna take so much time. It is. It sucks. It helps that a lot of my stuff relies on Touch Portal instead, like stuff that I build myself using Touch Portal. Instead of Stream Elements, like a lot of the things that people would do with Stream Elements, I just do myself manually with my own stuff that I build myself. So it's not as hard as it is for some people, but still, you know, what? We'll never forget. Shut up, Space Junk. How fucking dare you, dude? How dare you be? That's uncalled for. Fuck. How dare you? That one Final Fantasy VII side game was cool. What Final Fantasy VII side game? Does it have Kingdom Hearts? Bad! Her name is Xion! You guys! She's right here! It's right here! You shouldn't be saying this. I'm trying to be supportive. Shut up! Show some support to Zoe and her 4 kids. 2 are the same. Actually, only 3 of these are my kids. Axel is not my kid. He's the older kid from the neighborhood that's friends with my kids. But I love him all the same, even if he's not my own kid. He's sometimes the babysitter, yeah. Anyway, Crisis Core also got a remake for PS4. I gotta keep playing Final Fantasy VII because I actually want to play Crisis Core remake and the other remake and stuff now. Don't lose the plushies; they're gonna get an extra dose of depression. Oh my god, you're right. If I ever lose these, I'm going to be inconsolable, dude. It's gonna be terrible. Fuck. Anyway, I think we should get to the end of the stream now. Let's see if anything happens once we press A here. Axel's the neighborhood kid who is friends with them, and he also accidentally called you mom once. That's very cute. I like that. That's fun. I'll never let Xion go. Neither of them. I'll never forget her. Me in hell? Where the fuck is Ricky Rat? I'm killing him for what he did to everybody who played this game. Axel, that's exactly it, Akai. That's how I imagine it. Axel is the older teen your young teen's befriended, and you think he's a bad influence, but he's trying, and his home life sucks. So yeah, like I've come around since then. But yeah, at the start I was thinking that, yeah. So did you watch me saying what the /2 means, which is a threat I brought up weeks ago, but you said to wait until now before saying? I didn't. I did not. We can watch all the cutscenes back. You can check out the post game yourself, or can we talk about it? Well, tell me what the content of the post game is. Is there story stuff in there? Because then I will check it out. Unless it's really, 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 really hard, in which case we'll just watch cutscenes. He did teach Roxas to swear. Pff, I taught Roxas to swear. Are you kidding me? I taught him that day fucking one. I'll add this. I like that they show you the time of them too. That's nice. It's really it's really backloaded, huh? Like, all of this was today. Like, this was all today, and it's like, it's so much. It's like more than half of it is just stuff that we did today in the last 4 hours. If you do the challenge versions of missions, you unlock additional diary entries from everyone else. I heard about that, but I don't think I'm gonna bother with that. It's kind of interesting how this game is really about Xion. It is! She's the best, you know? I don't believe there is post-game story. Right. Days, DS, and it's divided by 2 because it's 2 screens. You can just look the model up on the wiki if you're interested. Yeah, I think I might just do that. This game's name is backloaded. Try playing Super Mario Sunshine. All the lore is post game. It's true. A lot of them are really good, but not necessary. Yeah, I'll just read those online. If it's not really worth playing them, or like if there's really not any kind of like cutscenes or anything, then I'm gonna bother playing like trying to unlock them with the bonus missions. I might just like play some multiplayer mode. That's something I might do with Clone. Maybe some other people if they want to join, but you know. The bottom screen shows Sora's memories, a point of tension tearing apart or dividing the day's trio. Wow! Hey, that's true. That's very cool, actually. That's nice. There's new gear you can get that lets you use Roxas using both Oathkeeper and Oblivion in multiplayer. That's cool. I'm probably still not gonna bother because I'm just gonna play Xion in multiplayer. Obviously, what do you expect, you know? Specific for multiplayer characters as well. I mean, is Xion unlockable or is she just there? Because I do want to play as Xion, of course. The best character, yes. My dearest, most beloved character. You know? She's so cute to me. I think she's already unlocked now. Good. Okay, good. Well then, I think this is it for today. And for Kingdom Hearts days in general. I have a lore question. How many of these characters in the game are Sora? Don't answer. Nobody answer that! Because we saw someone that is not Sora, apparently, not Roxas, apparently. And I don't know who that is. So nobody fucking talk about that shit. I don't want to know. I know, okay, characters that I know. Roxas was Sora, Xion was Sora. And Sora also appeared kind of, he's Sora. Name might be Sora. I don't know about name yet. Maybe I did know and I forgot. I don't remember. But like, ow. But we haven't been given a clear explanation of who she is. So she's probably Sora, you know? How many of these characters are Goku? Nice. Good. She was explained. Alright, okay. Listen, there's a lot of stuff in these games, and I'm also doing a lot of other things in my life. I can't remember everything, you know? But I will remember everything about Xion. I will. Name is specifically Kairi's nobody by way of Sora. See, that's kind of what I thought she was. That's interesting. I win. I did it right. Yay. But...
Pitiful, heartless.
Yeah, that sucks.
Mindlessly collecting.
Mindlessly collecting. You're Sora. She's Sora. Sora is Sora. Are there any more other Soras I should know about? Name. Meow. All I know about Kingdom Hearts are memes, and apparently they sometimes end up spoiling. Yeah, I mean, I feel like most memes, except for Donald being a terrible healer, but also the most powerful wizard, are gonna be story related and therefore spoilers, yeah. Better safe than sorry, you know? She was made when Kairi's heart left her body, and she had to use Sora's body since there wasn't any darkness in Kairi. Ah, this makes sense. Right. Nobody's like, this is how I explain it. It's not just a lack of heart, it's the shape around the missing heart that informs a nobody. Naminé is is the shape from around Kairi's heart, but made of Sora's body and soul. Right. Mindlessly collecting. So when she sees a flash of an emo girl. I should get more emo and goth plushies, seriously, dude. I really fucking should. Dude, Jody, that like trans rabbit plushie you have, I'm so fucking jealous. I would love one of those. They're so good. Anyway, Zoe's adding a new server to the Discord server that anyone who does the Who's Xion meme gets banned. I'm gonna look down upon you if you do that meme, because how could you say that to her, dude? How could you say that to her? When I come visit, I will bring it and you may hug it once.
Pitiful heartless.
Only once? Well, I've got Xion though, so it's okay. Anyway. Did you dye that Kairi plushie's hair black? Fuck you, dude. How? Timed out. Timed out for that shit. So. Yeah, this was so far my favorite Kingdom Hearts game, story-wise. The gameplay wasn't as good as 2, but I still liked it. I still liked the gameplay, and the story was incredible, and I'm never gonna be okay, dude. Yeah, it's gonna be a while before we start Kingdom Hearts. I guess we're doing Birth by Sleep next. Or was it doing Recoded? I don't fucking... We'll figure it out in the Discord group. Speaking of the Discord and any other things that I do, like social media, !socials in chat, and you get a little link that leads to my little website that has all the links to all the kinds of things. And the Discord is the best play. That's correct, I will never emotionally recover from this. The Discord is the best place to stay up to date with what I'm going to do, because you get a little ad here when I do stuff. But you don't have to worry about joining the whole community if you don't want to. You only get the announcements channel for the streams and a stream explaining how to, or a channel explaining how to get into the full channel if you want to, but there is no pressure whatsoever. Only you want, if all you want are the announcements. It's totally fine. Now, thank you guys so much for sticking with me through this game. This has been a wonderful experience. Like, transcendent. Wow.
Pitiful heartless.
Yep. What chat can I dump headcanons about Xion in? Games. The games channels. There's 2 of those. I will cover this in 2 to 4 weeks. Give it like a month and a half before I do the next Kingdom Hearts game, probably. If you want to cheer me up, look at what I sent you in DMs. Alright, let's see. Yo! Oh my god! Yo! New Ina? Oh my god! New Ina? New Ina? Oh my god. Yo! That is very exciting. Thank you so much for telling me, Clone. Oh my god. Oh shit, dude. I am watching that immediately after the stream. Holy shit! Oh my god, that does cheer me up. Oh my god. Here, Xion, don't get covered up. I'm not forgetting you. Here you go. Here you go. There we go. Oh my god. Okay, cool. We had other stuff to watch. Dude, I gotta watch it. Okay, Jody. What are we gonna watch? Wait, the Fish Prince is also out! Oh shit! Oh my god, okay. Jody Daya, after the stream, can you guys come into call, and then we watch the new Fish Pins, and then we watch all the Inas, including the new one. Can we do that, please? Can we do that, please? Please. Okay, one sure? Okay, yay, Clips of 4, yay, awesome. Okay, all right, cool. So, okay, so my next stream, my next stream is going to be. Shut the fuck up, you sack of shit. Fuck you. Guys, sorry, Jody, sorry. Listen, this stuff is more important, okay? My next stream is going to be tomorrow. I'm going to continue Fantasy Star Zero, which is another JRPG on the DS actually, and one that is very dear to my heart. It helped crack my egg, and I really like the story in it and stuff. And the aesthetics, it's cool, it's good. So come join for that. We are going to go to the big orb on a stick in the distance. It's going to be exciting. That is going to be 7 p.m. GMT +1. And later this week, I am also going to be playing Lethal Company with 6 of my friends. It's going to be very, very fun. Yes, okay. I'm going to end the stream now. We're going to find someone to raid. And we are going to... I'm going to emotionally recover from this in a month and a half or so, and then we'll start the next one. Now, my, okay. God, this game hit me, dude. Fuck, dude. Oh my god. We're gonna, oh my god. Oh. Roxas. Going to pour a stiff drink to brownies. I was at the grocery store today and I made the choice not to buy any apple cider. I regret it, dude. I could really use some. I'm just gonna drink milk. I'm just gonna drink milk, Chad. It's all I got right now. And like fruit juice, I guess, but that's for that's for the morning. I'm just gonna do some milk with honey, I think. That'll be nice. Okay, we are going to raid. Let's go to Ellie. We're gonna raid Ellie. Ellie Spectacular is wonderful. So funny, so nice, and super cool. Really, really cool, and a fantastic YouTube pooper. One of the best, absolutely. She is playing Fuser. That means she is doing some cool music for us. That'll be nice to chill out with. Xion, come on. Oh. Ba-ba-bum. Big rollercoaster for emotions, so true. Oh. Alright, thank you guys so much for coming. I really appreciate y'all. I hope you've had a very nice time. I hope you will continue to have a very nice time. If you are not brought along with the raid automatically, oh god, I have to like calm myself right now, dude. I have to catch my breath. I'm like, I can feel it, dude. I'm like tingly. If you're not brought along with the raid automatically, just stay in chat. I will put the link in chat, and then you can still join. I hope you have a wonderful rest of your day. I hope you're excited for the rest of Kingdom Hearts, even if Xion isn't gonna be there. And yeah, thank you guys so much. See you guys next time. Goodbye. Bye bye.